Welcome back, everybody, to the VCO Grand Final Qualifiers, where we are just about starting qualifying. And who is the first person that is doing their lap? Well, I think it is Jakob Osterman, our championship leader in the Audi LMS Evo 2, the Austrian man behind the wheel, and he will take us round the first lap of this race. We are on Brands Hatch. This is the 6 hours of Brands Hatch. What will be probably a very chaotic race. As you can see on the map, that is not even most of the people out of the pits yet. And it is already starting to look very, very full. Now, let's go on board with Jakob Osterman and see how he is doing. It is still a valid lap, though. I think Jan Marcel Dietrich, their second car for Whipperman Racing, is currently going quicker, it looks like, at least. On my screen, it is doing a purple lap. As Jakob Osterman comes across the line, and this will probably be one of the quickest lap times we've seen in quite some time. It's a 22.9, and I think that might get beaten quite instantly. No, it won't. Jakob Osterman only able to do a 23.2. Trevor Wenham at 22.8 for him. Abe Santos with 22.965. And Jan Marcel Dietrich only at 23.7. Marco Akmadze 24.2. Jan Duffner 23.5. This is the first laps coming through. Jakob Osterman going 2 tenths quicker already. This is his purple time. And where did he lose out? It looks like he had the purple middle sector by quite some margin, but lost out everywhere else. As everybody else comes through. Jerome Cheetah 28.4. Edo Kops 24.2. Marco Akmadze, we've seen him do the lap, 24.2. Tom Venters 23.6. And Jakob Scheber 23.2. Benjamin Koo 24.7. That puts him in 10th place for now, as the rest still race to the line to complete their lap times. And some actually not able to do a valid lap time, so unlucky for them. And yeah, that's true. It's not a 24 hours of Spa. I'm not sure. Not the 8 hours of Spa. Not sure why that is the thing, but who cares? We'll change it just a smidge of a second, I hope. Anyhow, Abe Santoma actually on the top of the leaderboard. That is a 22.472. That is one of his fastest lap times he was able to do. Trevor Wenham only able to do a 22.810, and Jakob Osterman, that last lap, 23.3. Not sure what's going on with their car. Paweł Żarzybowski, 4th, 22.9. That is their first lap time as well. Benjamin Koo, sadly now sitting last, 7 tenths behind Edo Kops. What is he going to be able to do now? 24.6. It is an improvement, but not enough in order to get ahead, as we still see people improving at the top. Jan Marcel Dietrich, 23.2. And Tom Venter is able to do a 23.182 as well. That puts him ahead up into 6th place. Malik Mahmad, 4th, 23.955. And good stuff so far. Absolutely flying along, most of these people. Now we are able to change the thumbnail. And that is Malik Mahmad for the Rolling Goats, who has done the 22.955, and he's currently going a bit off track. Jan Duffner, 23.107, and Samil Karl able to also improve quite a bit. Jakob Osterman, 22.625, and that is Malik Mahmad getting the commentator's curse. He has gone off the track and ruined his lap for sure. Paweł Żarzybowski was doing a purple sector there for a second, but he did stop. Abe Santoma, though, still able to do some purples, as he did have a slow cooldown lap, that last lap. See what he's able to do now. Jakob Osterman and Paweł Żarzbowski into the pits. Not sure why they are doing that. There is about 23 minutes to go, so no worries for them. They will probably go out and do a couple more laps, but it is interesting to see their strategies going on as Abe Santama. Is he improving on this lap? No, he's not. The person that is improving, Trevor Wenham, going 4/10ths quicker, and this might put him on provisional pole as he comes across the line and he beats Abe Santama's time at 22.347, and that is one hell of a lap by the Audi driver. But Nyman Bauman going 2/10ths quicker on his 23.0. That will put him ahead of Malik Mamad if he's able to carry this on. But Malik Mamad was going 2/10ths quicker. As soon as I clicked on him, he went off the track, and now he has invalidated his time. Tom Ventus, 22.840. That puts him ahead of Malik Mamad for now. As we look a bit further down the grid, and Patrick Vatros still to do a lap. But that last one was a 23.6. Though invalid, we'll see what he's able to do. McLaren kind of broken. Yeah, I have heard that. The McLaren was broken, but I don't think it's broken for much longer. I think it's only Spa, as Patrick Vatros comes across the line from 26th all the way up into 16th place with a 23.5 dead. Great lap time by the Lamborghini driver. Abe Santama still trying to improve and to get ahead of Trevor Wenham. He is currently on the front row, which is a very good improvement, though he does slow down, and I think that is his fuel out. I think he ran out of fuel. Now comes out of the pits again to start his other laps. But it's a much better improvement on his 9th place on his 14th place finish, and I think he qualified 10th or 11th or 9th last time out. So front row for VGTR eSports is pretty damn good, though Trevor Wenham still trying to ruin that even further, as he is going just a little bit more purple. We go back and we see Trevor Wenham still not improving, but he's not going slower either. As both Powell and Jakob going off the track and validating their lap times, not able to... They're pushing too hard, I think. That is the problem. As Jakob slowing down, trying to build a gap, as you see in the map, he's just trying to slot into that little gap between everybody in front and behind, though I think the Lamborghini also trying to do the same thing, and now going to be slotting in right behind. Jakob Osterman has a pretty big job here, as he is the championship leader, and he's not even on the front row yet. He's just barely making it onto the second row. I think Tom Venters and Yves Field will try and deny him off the second row, put him down to the third row, but in the race we might see Jakob Osterman perform even better than last time. Though the traffic is probably what's ruining a lot of these lap times. But Jakob Osterman starts another lap. The championship leader in the number 10 Audi LMS Evo 2. The more or less broken car. I think that's the one that's broken. At least based off the AOR lap times. Starting another lap. The Brands Hatch circuit, a very, very short circuit. Average lap time here, about a 1:23, 1:22. As Jakob Osterman goes off the track. And that is his lap over Luca Filippi. In the practice session, we saw him take P1. Currently now sitting in P11. We'll see what he's able to do. Filippi. How much is he up? He's only 3/10 up on his lap so far. And he's going to be coming across the line now. 3/10 up. That's going to put him from 12th all the way up into 5th place at 22.7. That is a very respectable time for Luca Filippi in the pit stop UK Lamborghini. And that is exactly the pace we were looking to see from him today. Paweł Żarabowski going a 10th quicker on his lap. This might be enough to put him ahead of Abe Santoma if he's able to carry this on. But I think he has lost a couple tenths in the final sector. Last time out, he's a 10th up. And is he going to demote Abe Santoma down into the second row? And I think this might be it. Yes, he does. At 22.395. That's enough to demote Abe down into third. And he might be starting alongside Jakob Osterman for the race if this is how things shake up to be. Timur Chulukin still lost. He is currently third in the championship. For some reason, fastest lap of a 13-minute 45. I'm not sure what's going on with the F1 memes car. But let's hope that they get out there and they do a couple valid laps. Now, who is improving? Jakob Scheber. He also went first in the practice session. He was going about 22s. He was going about 22.4, 22.5. So we'll see if he improves on this lap, because if he does do a 22.5, he might put himself ahead of Jakob Osterman, maybe even ahead of Abe Santoma if that's the case. Now, Jakob Scheber, a 10th quicker so far on his 22.8. Two tenths quicker as he comes through the final corner now. And I don't think... Oh, there's a little bit of a wheel dip in the grass, but I don't think that actually made his lap too much worse as he goes from 9th all the way up into 5th ahead of Luca Filippi. What an amazing job from the MSR car. 22.69. Very nice lap, that's for sure. As he's now going to do his slow cooldown lap, I think. At least that's what I thought he was going to do. No, I think he's actually going for another fast lap out here, because he is currently got a delta of +0. Paweł Żarabowski comes into the pits, and I think he's had a collision with somebody when he was doing his lap. Benjamin Baumann also was doing a lap, but he has come into the pits as the last 15 minutes of this qualifying session tick down. Daniel Giraldo going 3/10 quicker on this lap. At 23.8 he's had. And if he goes 3/10 quicker, he might put himself ahead of Scott Donaldson for 19th place as he comes across the final corner of this track. He's had one of his worst sectors be the final sector, and we'll see if he's improved enough. 2/10 up on his 23.8, and it's enough to put him ahead of Scott Donaldson, just about at 23.5. As used to be Phoenix also going 1/10 quicker on his lap. 2/10 quicker, and I think he might actually try and challenge Scott Donaldson for 20th place as well, and sadly, not enough there at 23.632. Luca Filippi was going periodically there for a tenth quicker. As Abe Santama comes out to the pits as well to try and challenge Paweł Żużlowski for that second place, the front row, to start alongside Trevor Wenham, the teammate of Tommy Lydon, where I think they are currently sitting in second place in the championship, if I'm not wrong. Might be wrong. No, they are currently sitting in 5th place. So we'll see what they're able to do. As Luca Filippi still improving on his lap time. This might be enough in order to put him ahead of Jakob Scheber if he comes across the line now. At 22.695, it's going to be a 22.555, and it's enough to get him ahead of Jakob Scheber. And that is some good damn improvements. 22.555, and he thinks that is enough. He just pulls off to the side of the track and comes straight into the pits to debrief with his team. Tom Ventures not improving, but not going slower either. Comes across the line. It is an improvement, but it's not enough to go ahead of Malik Mamad for now. And that was actually 2 personal, not improvements in the first 2 sectors, and a personal best in the final sector. So that was enough to push him ahead. As there we go, Nikolai Polakov. If I can just click to him. He's going 1.1 seconds quicker. 1.4 seconds quicker, 1.5 seconds, 1.6. I think we might see one of the biggest rises from 28th. These guys are 3rd in the championship, and he's up into 18th place only. What's happened to Nikolai Polakov? What's happened to F1 memes? Well, we'll see. As I'm sure this is only temporary. Jakob Osterman going 2 tenths quicker. And this might be enough to put him ahead of Abe Santama if he nails this final corner. And I don't think he does, because he's actually gone down by a 10th, and he's going to be only having a 10th improvement. This might be enough to put him ahead of Luca Filippi and back onto the second row. And actually, it's enough to get him ahead of Abe Santama for the second row as well. Only by 0.04 of a second, though. That was very, very close. Jakob Scheber was going a 10th quicker, 2 tenths quicker through the first sector. Sadly, not able to carry that speed on. As we'll see what he does later on. Lasse Streje going a 10th quicker right now. This will be enough to put him ahead of Jan Marcel Dietrich. It will be enough to put him ahead of Sam Carl. Oh my god, that is a huge improvement up into 10th place. And I think we actually did see, yeah, there we go, Nikolai Polakov up into 7th place now. So he is starting to improve. The pace is there. As Trevor Wenham comes out of the pits for what will be some of the final laps around this circuit. Jakob Scheber still going 2 tenths quicker through the first sector, but slowing down in the latter stages of the lap. Benjamin Baumann going a 10th or 2 tenths quicker. Sadly losing all of that as soon as I say. And Jakob Scheber having a bit of a moment there out of the corner. And that is going to hurt his run down through the straight. And yes, he is 2 tenths down. That is not going to be enough. comes across the line now. And it is not an improvement, I don't think. Yeah, it's all 4 seconds slower. But Iman Baumann did improve. He went up from 10th all the way up into 9th, ahead of Tom Venters with 22.785. It's just about not enough to get him ahead of Malik Mamad. Noah Ackerman going 3-4 tenths quicker. Ooh, we are bound to see a pretty good improvement here. 5-6 tenths quicker through the final corner. He goes now from 24th. He will jump up all the way up into 24th because there wasn't an improvement and the game lied to me. But Iman Baumann, though, he is going 2 tenths quicker. Will it be enough to put him ahead of Jakob Scheber? We'll see. From 9th all the way up into 5th place, ahead of Luca Filippi and Jakob Scheber and Nikolai Polakov. What a lap. As Abe Santima is going a 10th quicker through this lap already. He already covered the first sector. And I just accidentally opened Bing. Go away, Bing. Nobody likes you. Who is this? Abe Santima coming across the line now. It's not going to be an improvement, I don't think. At least not enough in order to get him ahead. It is an improvement, but not enough to get him ahead of Jakob Osterman, who is 3rd on the grid. Luca Filippi was going a 10th quicker. Sadly not doing that right now. Abe Santima was going a 10th quicker through the first sector yet again. Luca Filippi going a 10th quicker. Is it going to be enough of an improvement? It is. And it knocks VGTR eSport Abe Santima down onto the 3rd row. 22.445. Now, who is going quicker? Malik Mamad, I think he just set his personal best at 22.497. That is very close. Why is it showing the wrong laps? I think it's showing the wrong laps. Yeah, because Abe Santima done a 4.72. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's showing those laps. Interesting. Anyway. Jakob Osterman going a 10th quicker on his 3.97. This might be enough. Is it enough? He is trying to put himself up onto the front row, or maybe even try and take provisional pole. He was going a 10th quicker through the final corner. And is it enough? Yes, it is! 22.325. That is enough to put him ahead of Trevor Wenham and Pavel Jozhabowski. And that is one purple sector that has done him good. What a lap. Everybody's improving through the final stages of this qualifying. What an amazing lap. Hello, Mr. Hunter Striker. Hello, hello. You are joining one of the best qualifyings I have seen in a while. There has been quite a bunch of changes up on the front. Trevor Wenham, he was going a 10th quicker, and he went off the track. Sadly invalidated in his lap time, and he only has one more chance if he goes out right now as Jakob Osterman sets another fastest lap of this qualifying session at 22.285. No purples that time, and only one purple sector. Everywhere else, he actually is 1 whole tenth slower in the final sector than Paweł Żarszybowski. Wow, wow, wow. Jan Duffner was going a 10th quicker through the final corner as he comes across the line now. And is it going to be enough? And I think, yeah, it was an improvement. It's not enough to get him ahead. As Paweł Żarszybowski comes into the pit, so does Jakob Osterman. That is it for his qualifying. Trevor Wenham is racing towards the line to try and steal back that pole position away from Jakob Osterman as he quickly tries to warm up his tires. His fastest lap at 23.3. Just needs about a tenth or two, a tenth and a half in order to get ahead. Is Luca Filippi not able to improve on his lap time? That is it for his qualifying session. Abe Santama still out there and still pushing on, and I think he might have enough in order to do one more lap if this one is not successful. Samil Karl going 2/10 quicker already through this first stage of his lap. UV Phoenix, it says that he's going purple. Let's see what it actually says. He is 25th right now, and any improvement will be enough to get him ahead. Comes across the line, and sadly it's not an improvement. As we scroll further up, Abe Santaman not able to improve on this lap. He's going a 10 slower. Trevor Wenham not able to improve, and that is his qualifying over as he went, I think, and spun because a yellow flag was brought out. Jakob Osterman going 2/10 quicker. Nikolai Polakov sadly in the wall and trying not to impede Abe Santama as he did not improve on that lap time either. Jakob Osterman going 2/10 quicker. And this might be enough to put him on the front row if he does this correctly. And it might be enough to put him onto provisional pole if he just does 2 more tenths in this final sector. 2 tenths up. It's sadly not going to be enough, I don't think, to put him onto provisional pole as it comes across the line. It's enough for the second row for him. That is going to be good news for MSR. And Abe Santama being demoted further and further down. The last thing he needs is Benaiman Bauman to improve. I don't think he will be improving on his lap. Yivas Field not going to be improving on his lap, I don't think. Samil Karl improved. No, he didn't improve on his last lap, so sadly not going to be able to do anything for that. And I think Benjamin Koo actually was able to improve on his lap because he went up from 27th all the way up into 26th. Unless somebody left. I think somebody left actually. Okay, that is a bit sad. Samil Karl, one of the final people to be crossing the line. Just a couple of seconds. Ivers Fields comes across the line too right now. So I don't think it's going to be an improvement for him. Sadly, it's not. As Samil Karl now also comes across the line, and it's not an improvement for the Lamborghini driver. But that is it for the qualifying session. And that is your grid now all done. And look at that, it's going to be raining in 30 minutes. And do you know what's happening in 30 minutes? The race starts. Now we can only hope that the race actually rains, because this will be the first time we have some nice little rain start. But if you are watching the stream and you are following or supporting one of the drivers, do let us know. And if you have any predictions, also do let us know as well, because that'll be nice and helpful. I think the last time we tried to do a prediction, it went all over the place. But yes, that is indeed your grid. Here today, Jakob Osterman takes pole position ahead of Trevor Wenham. They will be starting side by side, heading into the first corner. We'll see what happens out of that. We've seen how, how well the Formula Setups guys drive and how aggressive they can be sometimes. So maybe they'll take the lead at the start. But Jakob Osterman, absolutely insane in the race as well. Second row, we have Paweł Żabowski and Jakob Schaeber. Then, on the third row, Luca Filippi and Abe Santomas. Sadly, he was on the front row for quite some time, sadly tumbling down all the way into 6th. This is a better qualifying from him than it was last time, but I'm not sure... I'm not sure about what will be happening in the race for him. And then... on the fourth row, Malik Mawad and Benaiman Bauerman. Then Nikolai Polakov's only, unfortunately, getting 9th place. Not sure what happened with their qualifying race, or qualifying stints. They were stuck in the pits for quite some time, so they lost out on some vital track time. Tom Venters will be starting alongside them. Then Ivers Field and Lasse Stregge. And look what it is. It is a rainy start, and that is what we love to see right here. And this will definitely spice up the field. As we were going through the field, actually, Lasse Stregge starts in 12th place, and that is actually absolutely pouring down. Jan Duffner in 13th, then Simone Alessandre Casiaro. Let's just say that's how you say the name. Chico Lindvar for Cosmosis eSports starting 15th, then Samil Karl in 16th. Jan Marcel Dietrich, unfortunately for them, the second Whipperman racing car starting in 17th, then Ido Kops will be starting alongside them, then Richard Lopez in 19th, Joshua Parrott in 20th, Mark Jones in 21st, then Chiro Nachita for Sim Motorsport UK will be starting 22nd, Marco Akmadze in 23rd, Usby Phoenix for Phoenix Simsport will be starting 24th. Paulus Dexness will be starting 25th, then Benjamin Koo in 26th, not last this time, that is what we'd like to see. Sander de Bauer will be starting 27th, and Matthias Fink, unfortunately for them, they have left the race, left the qualifying, and now came back, and now will be starting dead last. And actually, I think they're having some connection problems, it looks like. And I think we have our second co-commentator here. Introduce yourself.
Hello.
This is a different one from the last race. And I think we'll be seeing more of you in these races.
Indeed. Different is certainly a word that has been used to describe me on more than one occasion. Yes, it's a word I'm used to hearing out of me, certainly. How are you doing this afternoon, bud?
Oh, absolutely amazing. You know, we've had a crazy qualifying session. We've had so many people go on to provisional pole and get it taken. And so many improvements. It is absolutely insane. But it is going to be a rainy start, as you can see. And, well, from experience, such rainy starts are not always the smoothest. But let's just hope that these professional drivers will be able to keep it on track.
Yeah, Brands Hatch in the wet. That is what we call in Scotland a doddle. Surely a nice, wide, flat track, plenty of runoff, plenty of grip in the corner. Sorry, I'm trying to keep a straight face there. No, this could be a fun one. You're absolutely right. Yeah, Brands Hatch at the best of times. The track originally ran in reverse. So you came up turn 1. It was actually originally on push bikes as well.
Push bikes?
So you had to pedal up that hill. Yeah. That is where the track originated from. Push bike track back in the day, simple kidney shape, about half a kilometre long. or bang on 1 kilometre, sorry. But yeah, certainly this track is definitely going to separate the drivers from the skivers. We're going to certainly see who's put in the practice in the wet server. It is a 6-hour race, and I can see the rain is actually going to lessen in about 30 minutes time, Artemy, so it really is going to be throwing spanners into the works for the plans. It's like an ancient strategist once said, no battle plan survives first contact with the enemy. And the elements today, as I say, that's going to throw a spanner in the works for the best laid plans of mice and sim racers.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of people were hoping for rain. In the practice session, at least a lot of people were saying, please, rain gods, do us proud and let it rain. And I think one of them was Jakob Osterman, so we'll see him most likely excel in these conditions as he does a nice little burnout coming off the grid, and that was one hell of a showing.
That is a confident start right there. That is a man that was not bluffing when he said he wanted rain. And that really is rain. I mean, I'm on board on Dash Pro Cam myself on the front of Osterman's car. It's actually Louis Rotors that's going to be taking the first stint, so full credit to them. But there is genuine standing water across the entire track here at Artemy, so it really, and for the drivers you've got to feel for here, back in 28th position, they're going to be just coming off Clark Curve as they try to fire the power down to get themselves into what is, I mean, I know Monza gets a bit of a hard time for having a difficult turn one.
No.
But come on, Brands Hatch.
I don't know, actually. Yeah, nobody talks.
Such fine margins.
Nobody talks about Brands Hatch being a very dirty turn one, which it is. You go into any public server, and I bet you there will be at least 5 cars into the gravel, okay? So, I don't know. But
and that's before you hit the apex of turn one.
Exactly.
After the apex of turn one, and then into turn number 2. And again, I think Monza turn 1 gets a bit of a hard time, but let's look at Monza turn 2. The second chicane there, you get you make it through the first chicane, you breathe a sigh of relief, and then you're into the back of the car in front of you. At the Secondo Variante, it is exactly the same again at Brands Hatch. You make it through turn 1, you hear the car bottom out on the bottom of the track as you hit that little dip, and you think, right, I've made it, and by the time you've had that thought process, you're already under the bridge and you're staring down the barrel of a 3 wide into the second turn. And then you've got to get to the bottom of the hill and get through Graham Hill Bend and onto the Cooper Straight. It really is the track it's the gift that keeps on giving for commentators and spectators. Certainly not sure how keen I would be, but as you were saying, the Whipperman Racing Team, the one race won, and their drivers seem keen on the rain, so the Audi drivers really are going to put this one, are going to be put to the test here, because that is a lot. Can't emphasise this enough. That is a lot of precipitation falling from the skies at me.
Yeah, and as they line side by side, and they're going to be heading towards the marshal who waves the green flag. This is going to be the second race of the VCO Grand Final Qualifiers as Lewis Rotters will take the lead. But for how long will he be leading as Trevor Wenham is going to try and do everything as they start? And Trevor Wenham actually going ahead before they head into turn 1. Lewis Rotters will have the inside, but I'm not sure for how long as Trevor Wenham, he has completely, I think that's actually Tommy Lydon, he has completely slid off the track and lost a ton of crucial positions as they head into the hairpin now. And we'll see in the back how much carnage there will be. And actually, there's not much carnage at all. Look at these drivers. Absolutely amazing. But we should never exclude the rest of this lap as Paweł Żarzybowski is now in second place. And that is Jakob Schaeber going off the track. And these conditions are definitely proving to be difficult for some of these drivers. Oh, yeah. I just saw it as well. Not good. Not good at all.
That is going to have the telemetry. There was a good start there by Raggioli Racing and the F1 Memes team. They were involved 3 wide through the first 3 corners. I think they have managed to escape what happened on the Cooper Straight there. But certainly, as I was saying, this really is not a track where you get a millisecond to breathe in. And in these conditions, that is absolutely magnified, as we saw coming off Graham Hill and on to the Cooper Straight. The cars, and there's another car off track as well at the bottom of Pilgrim's Drop. That is De Boer. So he is at the bottom of Pilgrim's Drop. He's going to drop to the back of the field. Rotors with a great start though, Artemi. He lost the lead of the race with the other Audi. A slightest bit of contact or a bit of instability on the grass. And that has given Rotors a 1.2 second gap already over Jazerboski and Lafille there, and Santema in the McLaren coming in one of the VGTR cars. He's made up a few places there, but I do know, I've seen him in other races, Nikolai Polyakov for the F1 Memes racing team. He is a bit speedy quick, to say the least. He's made up quite a few positions. That was actually the car I was watching at the start, and of course I mentioned the Raggioli Racing team. So too Jakob Shaver, as you mentioned, the MSR eSports driver. He's done well to keep that running. Whitman in 7th, and I'm actually looking at Raggioli Racing. I think they got caught up in that incident. Oh, the VGTR car, Benjamin Cho there, again onto the Cooper Straight. So for such cold conditions, that really is proven to be a hotspot, and he actually set the fastest opening lap. Oh wow, and we've got 7 cars of the 28 into the pits on the end of the first lap. This really will put the drivers to the test, but we're only into the first 3 minutes. There is still 5 hours and 57 minutes to go for the drivers at the back. If it can happen at the start, it really can happen at any point in time, Artemi. As we're seeing, I'm on board with Santema and Polyakov battle for 4th at the minute, and that is looking very spicy at the minute. A lot of extra steering input there from Polyakov to keep the car. He's getting a bit of slipstream, a whole lot of spray.
Ooh, a little bit of a drift there as well. That was very close. And I think he just can't see the track ahead of him, so he kind of has to guess where Abe Santema is going. As you can see, with the onboard, there's absolutely nothing that you can see, as that is Lafille also going off the track, and Nikolai Polakov will try and get the position here. Look at him, just absolutely tiptoeing on the inside of the Ferrari as they're going to be going side by side into the next corner. On the inside, Lafille will still keep that position. Polyakov forced off wide, and who is that going off? There's Luca Filippi, already getting lapped by this bunch. Just down the inside goes Nikolai Polakov. They make contact, not enough to send either of them off the track, but Nikolai Polakov up into 4th place, and Abe Santema in the top 3 as he wanted to do. And as you can see, a little bit of a replay in the bottom corner as well. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, popped up a replay of Lafille. It was just an unforced error. Hopefully that screen share isn't running that badly. I do have to be honest, I've been in 7 circles of technological hell recently. I'm watching on the Steven's Vista, and I had to completely wipe my PC. I have lost so much. Jesus. And I've completely had to start from scratch with a lot of things. So my settings might not be 100% on point.
It's looking fine.
Okay, yes, I'm watching the stream. It's looking a little bit stuttery, but maybe if I take that off, it'll be fine. But there we go. So that was so quick replay there of Lafille, and again unforced there into that tricky.
Oh, there's a little bit of a pile-up going on onto the front straight. I think that's Chico Lindvar, Cassiaro, and Samil Karl. They have collided, and well, not able to do much at all in order to avoid that. Chico Lindvar will now be tumbling down into 11th place, and oh my god, it is all kicking off. If last race was insane, at least with the amount of battles and everything, then this race might go down as one of the most chaotic in history. Dominic Alvarez, only 4/10 away from Jakob Shaber, battling for 6th place. And that BMW will definitely be at a bit of an advantage compared to the McLaren in the rain. So we'll see how quick he catches up.
Indeed, yeah, but I've actually been talking a lot recently. We've seen it. I've actually been pointing out that the McLarens and the Aston Martins, they really have stood the test of time. We can see the Audis here, the Evos doing well up at the front, but the McLaren and Aston, you go to Silverstone, a lot of drivers are going to take themselves the, especially in the dry, the McLaren. So really done well. In the wet though, like you say, against the BMW, it is a bit of an uphill battle potentially. Jarzabowski doing well in the Lambo, but 2 seconds is the gap up at the front, and Polyakov, from what I can see here,
is catching, and he's also
still
got the quickest
hunting
lap.
down Sabtena. He does. I was just about to say, yeah, he's picked up the fastest lap. So even in that dirty air, even with that reduced visibility, the F1 memes driver still piling the pressure. He is very, very, very quick. Another series I'm commentating on, he is in a GT4 car. Just otherworldly. Oh, and again onto the Cooper straight.
No. Tumbling down to 4th place, and now he's got Jeremy Lafile all over his back as well. And that is, you know, that's not the confidence, you know, that's definitely not what... Jesus, I can't speak. That does not good for your confidence. There you go. Broken English, but it's fine. That does bad things to your confidence.
Yeah, it's certainly a moment where you need to gather yourself up. But, I mean... Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on at that corner. I've said as well, sometimes you'll see drivers that practice days and days and days and days, and then there'll just be one corner in a race that just turns into a bit of a hot spot. And very early doors, Graham Hill Bend is proven to be exceptionally tricky for the drivers, whether they're mistiming the, I don't know, traction controls maybe not quite high enough, maybe they've got a wrong fuel map on, because I mean this is... Again, cannot umbrella. Let me just jump on board with
Dominic
Phoenix there.
Yellow flag for him, but fortunately he has got going again, and it doesn't look like he's got too much damage on his car. Lewis Trotter still setting the quickest lap times out there at 32.2, and that is a whole second quicker than Pavel that last lap alone. And yeah, Luca Filippi trying to chase down. Oh, that's what happened to Dominic Alvarez. That was fortunate enough.
As well.
That was fortunate enough to not get punted by anybody else.
Yeah, indeed he was there. He actually almost held that as well, but then sort of gave in to the force. I'm not sure why the liveries aren't working. I think my awesome sim racing account hasn't linked properly with all the fun that I've been having.
Oh, we don't use we don't use awesome sim racing.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
That'll be, I probably did have a database, but again, everything I've downloaded has absolutely vanished.
No.
Back to square one. So much fun. I love PCs. Technology is my friend.
I hope you're not running a Linux.
Oh, at this point, I would be happy with MS-DOS. I would like to run, honestly, give me Manic Miner any day of the week now.
Oh man, Luca Filippi trying to go round the outside of UTB Phoenix, and what an overtake that was. After the straight, going round the outside into the first set of the right-handers, and just having enough grip to stay ahead. Beautiful, as UTB Phoenix comes straight back at him, round the outside, still the Lamborghini tries to go, and he's still keeping his nose in there as he's going to be on the inside for the next corner, and overshooting it slight little bit. Usually Phoenix is going to have the better exit out of there, and he's going to be putting in alongside him. Coming into the final corner now. Who is going to be braver on the brakes? Well, it looks like Luca Filippi just trying to make a statement and keep ahead. As usually Phoenix will have to settle for 14th for now, as he's trying to just see the track ahead of him. That's why he's pulling off to the inside. I doubt that he would be making a move.
Yeah, down into turn one, that's a brave place to make a move in these conditions, especially as you say with that reduced visibility. We're just on his dash. Oh, and that's a bit of a run deep there by Filippi, is it? He's gathered it up. Phoenix overly generous, holding that inside line. Graham Hill Bend, and the Lamborghinis run deep, and there at least both cars have stayed on, but Graham Hill Bend proving to be difficult for the Lambos this time, and Phoenix is going to sail it right up the inside, the Surtees. again, Surtees, such like there isn't a tricky corner here. Surtees, Hawthorn, Westfield, and Sheens. I call them the triple right-handers from hell as they race down.
And he goes round
towards
the
those very
outside yet
corners.
again. He's done this once. He might do it again. Round the outside. Can he hold on? And yes, he does. What an overtake. Yet again, Luca Filippi just being brave. Just absolutely being brave and sending it. Even though he does have well over 5 hours to climb those positions, still wanting to get ahead as quick as possible and not lose much time, as he has. He did start quite high up, and now he is all the way down in 13th place. I think he started 5th, so he's even outside the top 10 and the magical top 8. Not good. But
indeed, yeah, because the top 8 are the drivers that are in the positions for getting themselves into the final. That's what it is all about at the moment. Oh, Abesan, Tema,
ahead of Paweł Dojabowski. Looks like Paweł made a mistake. Not sure we'll be able to get it yet.
On.
Yeah, because Paweł lost positions to Nikolai and to Abe. Through the final corner, does he just get it onto the gravel? Possibly. No, he's just losing traction.
Is it into turn 1?
Into the first corner. Does he just overshoot it?
No, he doesn't. So he's got through turn 1.
To the hairpin. Does he maybe lose it on exit here? Oh
surely
no, don't tell me. Not that corner again. And oh, yes,
Graham
it is.
Hellbend again. Okay, whoever went out there and put oil on the track, it's worn a bit thin now. If we could put some sand down there and give the driver some traction.
Oh no.
Although it's certainly spicing up in the standings. That is... We're in the I mean, we've been racing for all of 5 minutes, effectively. 13 minutes. And we've seen... double figures worth of cars make mistakes on that very corner. It is literally a hot spot in the cold. There is standing water right over it. You can see he completely avoids those curves on the right hand side. I wonder if it's the entry curves on the right, because that is the only thing he did differently there as I watched him come down the hill. Completely avoided that curve on the right. Oh, the back of the Lambo just giving him a bit of pressure there again. He had to straighten that one up down on Pilgrim's Drop. And Santema's going to show him a clean pair of heels. Not only that, talking of clean pairs of heels, Nikolai Polyakov for the F1 Memes racing teams. They made up places since the start of the race, and within 5.2 seconds of Rotors, and spoiler alert, he is going very quickly, even though Rotors has just retaken the fastest lap. Polyakov, now that is all kinds of bravery there to put that much tyre onto the grass in these conditions. That is what separates the aliens from the commentators, I guess.
Yeah.
Polyakov, that little bit of a wiggle there did cost him time. It's actually cost him a 10th of a second there in the chase, but it is a chase that he is definitely going. Although, yeah, Rotors answering back another 4/10. Rotors is found up at the top of the pack.
Nikolai Polakov only a 10th slower that last lap, and as you mentioned, he made a bit of a mistake, so we might see him close the gap towards the end of this stint, as Jakob Shaber going slow, but it looks like he's going again. Just got passed by Simone Alessandro Cassiaro. That sounds a bit like a... That's an Italian name, of course it is.
Of course it is. The ones that sound musical always are.
Yeah. Dominic Alvarez, yes. Chasing Chico Benvar. Chasing quick.
He is indeed. He is indeed chasing very quickly. Saw him with that spectacular dismount and save as he was heading through Dingle Dell. Managed to catch it onto Sheens with a beautiful 360 after trying to hold it. He's now got himself caught right up to Lienvaart. When he pops out the slip again, that's not the type of movement that I would be making in those conditions. It's all fine and well. Oh, maybe he has thrown off the McLaren ever so slightly. Having a look up the inside. Lindvar going to take the driving line here. Neither man's going to be too brave on the curves. You can see the BMW staying well within the white lines now. Going no place near the curves. I think we're going to see the same here on exit. Keeps it well between the Mayo and the Mustard. Lindvar heading on to the final straight and into Clark Curve. He's got the BMW still closing them down, so Alvarez putting in quicker sectors, but not the easiest conditions. And Lindvar is himself carrying a bit of damage, we can see on the front there.
And I think he's actually got a pretty bad exit.
Trade-off.
Got a bit of a bad exit out of the final corner. Alvarez was able to catch at least half a second there, as he was flashing his lights yet again. Trying to just put the pressure onto the McLaren as much as possible to, I don't know, make them make a mistake, because Luca Filippi, yellow flag, but nothing happening there. There's Dominic Alvarez still closing and closing. Samil Carl just getting ahead of Mark Jones for 15th place, as they are still heading side by side. And, well, who's going to go off track here? Nobody, as Ben Koo in the background was the one who went off track, and he's causing a yellow flag yet again.
And he's lost a position as well there. But certainly Jones and Carl there having a great little battle. The two Lambos making it through Death Bend. I think we'll unaffectionately name Graham Hill Bend from now on. Quick replay, you can see the two of them coming out of Clark's Curve and onto the start-finish straight. Spray everywhere, and they do have, at this point, Q in the background. Sal, Nikita and Mark Jones have made up places there, but certainly Carl very brave on the brakes into turn one. And it did appear that Jones left him the door open, and car 404. Certainly no error not found there, and this is where we jumped on board and saw them go side by side through a corner that has been the undoing of easily a quarter of the field so far in the opening 20 minutes. It did say the rain was going to die down ever so slightly there. Goes for the cutback through Surtees as well. That's the two of them dancing. We can see Carl has got damage on the front of his car as well, so quite a few cars are dealing with the damage. But with the ever-changing conditions, because it does say out to me we're going to be rain-free in 30 minutes, it does mean that even in a 6-hour race you've got to stay out and do as much of your stint as you can, even with that damage, because yeah, track's going to be changing. You come in now, you might have to come in again in 20 minutes to get a fresh set of slicks on if the track dries out, because there's a few cars here to dry the track out quickly.
Exactly, and some cars actually won't be able to even do all the 1 hour 10 stint timer that they are permitted to do. I think most of the McLarens, them having pretty bad fuel economy, will have to come in at least at the 1 hour mark, or maybe even at the 55-minute mark. So we'll see how that switches the strategy up, as the track will be drying indeed in the next 30 minutes. Will it dry enough for them to start putting slicks on straight away, or maybe some will try and make up as many positions as possibly can with more traction in the wets? We'll see. But yeah, we'll definitely throw a big spanner in the works in terms of strategy. A big spanner.
Yeah, especially as they came out of qualifying, the track. Oh, Alvarez, he's still probing for that move, and he's got it done this time. Finds the space on the exit at turn number 1 and into turn number 2. And down the short hill into Graham Hill Bend, avoids the curves on the right. Oh, and there we go, the car behind. It's Lindvar then. The overtake was done, and just again, Graham Hill Bend. I'm not sure if Graham himself has been out there. Is he maybe sponsoring the stream or something? Is he looking for a bit of extra? Has he got some setups that he's selling? Or what's going on at Graham Hill? But again, look, the McLaren, the job was done. Very clean overtake. The BMW knew what was happening. So did the McLaren. Two very compliant drivers.
And yeah, it's the curve. It's the curve that's getting them.
Just touched that curve, and the back of the car is in front of the car, and so is the BMW. And Dominic Alvarez back up to 11th place for Whipperman Racing.
Nikolai
and
Polakov.
Just ahead of him. Oh, sorry, you go.
Nikolai Polakov just about getting a fastest lap off the race. A 10th quicker than Lewis Rotters, and I think he's actually closing the gap bit by bit. I think we saw him about 5 or 6 seconds away from Lewis Rotters last time. He is now closing it down to at least 4.2, though my telemetry is really going funky. It says 8 seconds for one bit, now it says 7 seconds. I'm not sure, but I know that he's definitely closing the gap because he's got the quickest lap time off the race. And it might be good. It might be very good for them, as they did start 9th. They were out of sync in the qualifying. And now slowly catching to the lead, as this will definitely improve their championship standings as well. As we are looking at Lasse Strage and Daniel Berka indeed fighting for 9th place.
Yeah, they are indeed. They've got Parrott ahead of them as well. He is being closed in because he's coming through some of the traffic. They had to take those early pit stops with, as someone's mentioning in the chat. Hi to everyone in the chat, by the way. Good afternoon. Apologies, I haven't said hello to you. Oh, up the inside, yeah, it's a blue flag. They're making their way past Lopez in 23rd there. But yeah, so certainly Parrott looking at that gap. Dropping again, and yes, and Alvarez, the whole point of me jumping on here, these two are battling, and it's Alvarez that's just had a couple of patient laps behind Lindvar. He is now closing in on this very battle, so if Strige feels that he is quicker, he really does need to put a move on Berka sooner rather than later, because it is going to be Alvarez coming knocking. And we've seen Artemi Alvarez. Even if he is quicker than the driver ahead, he will show patience. He will look for that little chink in the armour. He'll apply the pressure, and he'll vet. Oh, and there we go out the first corner as Berka loses the back of the car.
And that is going to give Alvarez that extra position, I think. Yeah, well, how did he lose that car? Well, I mean, it is pretty treacherous conditions out there, but coming towards the first corner, I think he might be just a bit too brave on the brakes, trying to brake too late. And yeah, the car just steps out. Wow.
The car
Nothing
just drifted,
he could have done.
yeah.
I don't think there's anything he could have done except not drive the Porsche. Oh.
Berka thrown under the bus by the commentary team. Love it.
Oh, we like to banter with the drivers, that's for sure.
Indeed, indeed. But yeah, not driving the Porsche in the wet is always a very good strategy. Although in these conditions, driving a Lamborghini through Graham Hill Bend, that's yeah, it seems to be more treacherous every minute. But they're still doing well. Jarzabowski for the Forza Italia team still running in 4th, and he is giving Santema a bit of a headache for that final podium position. Polyakov through the traffic has lost a bit of time to Rotters, and being pointed out in the chat by Michael Rosenthal that Polyakov and Rotters are pretty much just having themselves a fastest lap battle at the minute, which just goes to prove the alien level of driving these guys are capable of, because I'm more concentrated on keeping it on the track. These two want to make sure they've got the purple number next to their name as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've had my fair share of driving in the wet. You know, I've won against where is he right now? Tommy Lydon down in. Did Tommy Lydon leave?
He did, yes. He RTG'd and left after a bit of contact. Yeah, well, I say a bit of contact.
Yeah, big.
It was certainly reminiscent of "You Spin Me Right Round, Baby Right Round" quite a few times, and then Tony Hawk full faceplant into the wall.
Yeah, well,
so, yeah.
You know, I've had my fair share of driving in the wet. Donington Park, Season 3.
Oh!
Winning against Tommy Lydon. So...
Getting to the end of a race at Donington is winning. I can't drive Donington. Again, there's reasons I commentate.
Same.
Yeah. Donington in the wet, no. Oh, the hair, no. That's just made me feel, yeah, a bit unsettled. The Ape Santema. VGTR fastest lap. He's looking to upset the apple cart up at the top as well. Rotters and Polyakov busy battling out, and he's doing that while soaking up the pressure from Jablonski there. The Lambo driver very much keeping him on his toes there. Still got this battle. Berka, after that mistake, he now gives the cork in the bottle for Usby Phoenix, Felipe, and Cal is closing in there as well, despite the damage that he is carrying. So it'll be interesting to see what that Lambo can do in the second stint, although I don't think the second stint is going to be comparable. Oh, as we can see, a nice move there. Phoenix running wide. Felipe up the inside. They're both side by side. Not Felipe's got the move done before Graham Hill Bend. All four make it through beautifully. Yes, they do. Oh, and there's a blue flag on the inside of the track just to make it all that more interesting. But yeah, Felipe getting the move done on Uzbeki, Phoenix, and Cal, as I mentioned, is closing right up on the back, which you can't see. Let me get a camera. You can see the spray there, but incredible conditions. But
oh,
Cal,
who's that? Nikolai Polakov has gone off, I think, and he's lost second place. He's actually fourth right now, and he's down into fifth. Oh, no, that is not the way that he wants his race to start. Definitely doesn't want his race to end like this either. I think he did it on the straight finish line. I think one of the final corners, because he was going very, very slow there. As Lasse Strezina sets the fastest lap of the race, the 888 in P9, proving to be the faster driver. Ooh, Nikolai Polakov. I think he might have played with fire too much.
Indeed, I think Icarus flew a bit close to the sun and the rain wasn't able to extinguish the flames. And it is out at the very final phase of the last corner there.
Just too much grass, and as he just tries to get away, not to be in contact with Pavel or Abe. But that has given Abe second place again, and Zhorzhabowski up into third. Polakov will be fighting for his life to try and get back up into the positions that he fully deserves, as he's now trying to just fight with Jeremy Lefil for fourth place. As he pulls off to the inside, Jeremy Lefil just about closing him off, but no, he's got better traction, does Nikolai Polakov, and up onto the inside, down the straight. Lefil has nothing to do except to go straight behind him, and actually a little bit of a bump draft, it looks like there. But Nikolai Polakov up into fourth place yet again, and now he's got quite a bit of a job to get ahead of Pavel as well, as we are indeed looking at a bit of a battle between Simon, who's that? Yeah, Simil Karl. Simil Karl.
Yeah, Sammy Karl and Usebi Phoenix. Yeah, he is. He's looking quick there, Karl. Phoenix doing well to fend them off. The two of them have been side by side through several corners. Out of Clark curve, we can see them again. Millimetres apart on that exit there. Karl really pushed his luck on the outside line. The Lamborghini knows what he's doing, positioned himself on the inside. It's going to be a slightly comfier turn number one. He gets the car in front. Can he get on the brakes quick enough? I've seen the Lambo struggle through turn one. Oh, and as he run a bit wide there, is he going to get the acceleration? Not while he's on the wheels on the green stuff, and into turn number two, the BMW back into the driving seat. We're heading down towards Death Bend. They're going to be side by side, the best idea we've seen so far. Goes for the cutback. Oh, and they've been side by side through there a couple of times. That is absolute beautiful driving from these two in these conditions, aren't we?
And he lives. He actually made it through the corner, got the position, and did not spin. Great stuff. Great driving. And he's driving in the Lamborghini. I mean, Sammy Karl, round of applause for such a move, as Lasse Strezina is only separated by about a bumper from Joshua Parrott as they head towards the final corner. I think they've even got a blue flag car in front of them as well. As now round the outside, the two Mercedes drivers fight for the magical top 8. Lasse Strezina had the fastest lap a couple laps ago, as the backmarker just gets out of their way, and Lasse Strezina not able to go much quicker as they head into the hairpin. And I think Joshua Parrott sending it a little bit too hard. He's gone very deep and very slow out of the exit. Lasse Strezina still able to not get the position away from Joshua Parrott. as they stay in 8th and 9th.
Look at Felipe for Pit Stop UK in their Lambo. He got the move done on Lienvar. They crossed the start-finish line and made it into turn number 1. Lienvar looked like he pulled over. I think he recognises Felipe lapping just that bit quicker as he makes his way back through the field. But that is Lienvar down to 13th position. Felipe up into 12th. He's got Berka ahead of him. Who was sorting him. He is carrying a bit of damage. We've seen him off track a couple of times. Dominic Alvarez is now trying to close in on Strigi, who is still battling with Parrott and Jakob Scheber. Clean pair of heels still ahead of them. Santema and Roters losing time. Santema and Jarzabowski losing time to Roters and losing time again to Polyakov. So some great driving between second and third at the minute, but it's not really doing either driver many favours in the grand scheme of things because, like I say, they are losing a bit of time to the leader, and Polyakov, he is a man on a charge right about now after that small mistake. Striege still looking to overtake Parrott, and another quick update of 9 cars so far been into the pits.
Yep.
And Mark Jones, unfortunately, his car been in twice so far, currently running in 23rd position. So it just goes to show you the level of cruelty the drivers are having to go through right now with these conditions. And the conditions are just about to change again, Artemy, as we can see. The rain predicted to be completely stopped falling in about 10 minutes time. And then we're going to very quickly go through a drying phase, and we've still got half of the opening stint for the drivers to go.
Yeah, we'll see how that changes things for them, because I'm not sure many drivers will be pitting straight away as soon as it turns, you know, as soon as the engineer says dries are optimum. I don't think people will be pitting straight away, but the ones that do might win a bit of time, as Pavel sets the fastest lap of the race. By quite some margin as well, as he chases down Abe Santama to try and get back into the top 2. Nikolai Polakov slowly closing up as well, as he just went 2/10 quicker than Abe Santama in that last lap alone. Jeremy Lafille also keeping a close gap to Nikolai Polakov. Not too close, but still, you know, just in case Nikolai does something tremendous or makes a big mistake, then maybe
Steege has passed Parrott.
Oh, and that is for the wonderful
chuck on a replay. That is indeed, yeah. So it looks like it's into turn number 1, Mercedes versus Mercedes. Let's see. Also, did Parrott maybe run a bit deep? No, so it was a good line by both of them. Certainly the wider line taken by Parrott on the way in, and that's just opened up the door. And Striege has got this one done through turn number 2. Very nicely done indeed. So that is Parrott now going to come under the gaze of Alvarez, and Felipe, not long ago seen him get an overtake. I mean, he's now within a second of Berka and Phoenix as well. Is going side by side with Lienvar. The two damaged cars then going side by side. Ooh, almost a bit of an unsettling there. So yeah, some of these cars, it's maybe not great for the drivers, but certainly as far as the spectacle goes, when some of these quick drivers end up down the field with early contact, making their way back through the field, it certainly provides plenty of overtakes on stream for us to marvel at. Oh, as that podium battle is still, these two again, I have no idea where to look. There's just so much going on, but these two up at the front, they're keeping it to within half a second of one another, lap after lap. But all that is doing, because we saw them there just on the crest, if you were watching the bottom right there, we'll see it there just over the crest of the hill there. Is the F1 memes racing team McLaren, Nikolai Polyakov, and he is still putting 2 wheels at a time on those corner exits.
Oh, Lewis Rotter's just made a big mistake. Thankfully, he has gotten back going again, but he did lose a lot of time, because I did see a yellow flag. He lost about 4 seconds on that last lap alone, and that might show that he is pushing a bit too hard for what his car is able to do in this condition. because he just did set a 33.5. As we see, Abe is going to come across the line now, and he's going to set a 29.9. 4/10, as you can see. Yes, going into the gravel. Polikov, 29.5. That is 2/10 quicker than Pavel that last lap alone. And if he carries on this pace, we might see quite some damage being done to the gap between Pavel and him. If these guys keep on fighting at least as well, that will definitely bring Polikov closer and closer.
Oh, speaking of closer and closer, the bumpers of the McLaren and the Lamborghini for third and second place through Surtees again. There is Polyakov in the background. I feel like we should play the Jaws theme every time he appears over the crest of a hill. We can see him at the top of Pilgrim's Drop, and he is going to drop down there very quickly indeed, unhampered by another car, although they've just found 2/10 of a second on him there actually, despite... Oh, they've got a yellow flag! Oh, from down at the back of the field. So yeah, not only we're finding it difficulty for the drivers keeping it on the corner through Graham Hill Bend, the conditions are very much changing now. The rain is definitely reducing the amount that's falling from the sky, so the track is going to start drying out, he says confidently, because it's a lot of water out there.
Yeah, and I think if it doesn't get sunny, then I think we might see, you know, greasy conditions turn to fast conditions, and it will all be very, very slow moving, I think.
Side by side. Oh, he's going for it, Jarzabowski. He's got this one done up the inside. Beautiful manoeuvre again. The door was left open.
2 seconds the gap now.
Who's that gone sideways?
That's
the Jakub racing car.
That's it's Yves Field. Oh no. Off the track again at Death Bend.
Another one claimed. Graham Hill definitely got some kind of insurance waiver at that corner. He's sitting there collecting the premiums. But into turn number one, I've got a quick replay running. Great battle has been between these two. As I say, lap after lap, they've been separated by a little more than 8/10, sometimes 4/10 of a second through the timing deltas, despite these conditions. But it's Jarzabowski who made the most of this. Again, into turn number one. The door was left open. Oh, and the McLaren just carried too much pace. He really had to lift off the accelerator. The Lamborghini slides one up the inside and into the braking zone of turn number two. That's where he gets the car ahead through the middle phase of the corner, races down the hill towards Death Bend, sees a car ahead go sideways, and still manages to hold his nerve and that second position. And likely he definitely went for that a bit quick there, because he knows, again, Polyakov, he is closing. As you've been watching there, Artemy, he's now within 2 seconds of the cars ahead of him.
Yeah, and he needs to get this top three, at least in the second race as well, in order to really reinforce his stay in the championship, to be in the top three, because as we all know, the top three go into the main GT3 stages, which is where most of these drivers want to be as they main their GT3 cars. Though if you are in the GT4, I don't think it'll be much less fun. I think a lot of people actually overlook
Well, actually,
the GT4.
interesting fact, Nikolai Polyakov does the majority of his racing in GT4 cars.
Oh, well, maybe he should
So
drop
he
down
is
a
maybe
couple
looking
positions.
for a place. Well, so here's the thing as well. Under the regulations, you can enter as many teams, as many cars per team, in as many entry events as you wish. But each team can only be represented by 2 cars at the final, one in the GT3 class and one in the GT4 class.
Ah, well, there we go.
So, bit of a regulation there that I was, obviously there's a couple of these that I'm helping out on the commentary and the broadcasting for. So I was having a deep dive into the regulations, and so again, you can enter as many cars per team into the entry events, but in the final themselves, it'll be one GT3 car and one GT4 car per team if they get 2 cars for the team into the final. So yeah, you need to win the 2 spaces, but I would certainly, if I was a betting man, there would be a large pile of folding money going on the fact that Nikolai Polyakov will be driving a GT4 car in the final when he gets there. Because, yeah, as you say, the top 3 get GT3 cars, 4th and 5th get themselves a GT4 slot in the final, and then 6th, 7th and 8th in this championship get to go into a GT4 playoff or a drive-off in October, and then the top 3 from that drive-off get themselves a slot in the final in a GT4 car. So there's going to be a fair few GT4 slots up for there, but yeah, like you say, the GT3 slots certainly not as easy to find your way into them. But I would say, yeah, you more than likely are correct that the majority of drivers do want to jump themselves. And in fact, you know what? Mikhail Rosenthal, I'm sure, is teammates with Nikolai Polyakov, and he is in the chat. So I wonder if he could maybe confirm that for me, because from what I've seen, certainly on his simgrid profile, does a lot of winning and sets a lot of fast laps while driving GT4 cars.
Damn, this is actually the first time I've seen somebody purely maining GT4s. That's actually very interesting, because most drivers I have met in the series and the championships that we have hosted only do GT3s, and maybe like there is a few bunch that kind of like to drive GT4 as a hobby but aren't that quick. But yeah, Nikolai Polyakov, interesting story.
Indeed. And yeah, even more interesting, there is now 1.2 seconds separating 2nd and 4th. And in 4th place, it's Nikolai Polyakov. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. We're going to see that tumble. As we can see, we've seen dashcam a couple of times in the bottom corner here, and we've been visibility has been less than ideal, shall we say. It's definitely clearing up as the rain has mostly stopped falling. I say at the top that there is no precipitation, but there's definitely a lot less spray, and we can see there is something reminiscent of a dry line. Of course, the drivers now will be doing that that delicate dance of tyre management, occasionally dipping into the wet part of the track to keep the wet tyres cool and keep the PSI down with the track drying out. But it does look like it is drying out pretty quickly there, Artemi, and Jazerboski and Santema could very well be a way to find out just how quick Polyakov is in that McLaren.
Yeah, as they're now just running round the back marker, and Polyakov still pushing on to try and get Abe in the opening stages, in the opening stint of this race. 5 hours to go. Oh, usually, yeah, some news in from race control actually. Sander de Boer for the ERA eSports team being given a 30-second penalty for causing a collision. So I think I saw something in the chat as well. So potentially that lap 1 incident, there was a lot of cars involved. And yeah, 30-second penalty there. He'll serve that in the pits. It does look like he really is struggling to keep the back of that car in check. These conditions, this track really has been a testing start to a 6-hour endurance race. I'm sure most of the drivers will be happy to get through their first stint, let alone the entirety of the race, as Polyakov positioning himself once again to get himself back onto the podium. They've all made it through Death Bend once again, and it's Jazerboski who finds himself slightly closed in on then. He did have that gap to over a second, but again, Santema and Polyakov showing some great pace. Now that the track's drying out, we saw the McLarens do well, of course, in qualifying, and it looks like... Oh, Nikolai Polyakov just sending it down the inside into turn 1, absolutely out of nowhere. Abe Santema all over the place, as he did not expect that at all. Nikolai Polyakov on the inside, and will he get this move done? I think he might, and up into P3 he goes. That was absolutely amazing.
It was, yeah, that was a big look there from Polyakov, as you say, into turn number 1. He was a bit back. You can see them both heading for the wet line to keep the tyres as cool as possible. Big look up the inside. More than enough room left, though, by Santema on the way in, so potentially was expecting a move there, given the pace differential. But yeah, Santema again on that inside curb, no fear whatsoever, and Santema Little answer run down on the run down the hill. Will still keep in touch. Polyakov back on the podium as Louis Roters sets the fastest lap of the race once again. The battles really are continuing, both on track and psychologically here. The drivers are really throwing down the gauntlet to one another right through the field, Artemy.
Yeah, and Jeremy Lafield in the background just slowly starting to creep up on Abe Santama as well. He did a 28.8 that last lap. That is about 3/10 quicker than Abe Santama. So we might see the number 13 come again as Paweł Rzeczbowski now sets his quickest lap time of the race as well, as he continues his chase to Louis Roters as well. But Louis Roters is one hell of a force to try and reckon with. I mean, he lapped the whole field last time, from P2 to P, I think 26, P25, something like that. He lapped everybody. So Paweł might think that he has a shot at him, but Louis, I don't even think he switched on the high gear yet, as Nikolai, absolutely sliding it as he exits onto the straight.
Yeah, certainly still showing that racer mentality. Absolutely no fear whatsoever, sticking to his predetermined driving line. If that means putting two wheels onto some wet grass, then absolutely so be it. When you're chasing for the fastest lap, which Rzeczbowski has just said, as you mentioned, and chasing that top spot, as you say, he does have a fair old chase on his hands with Roters up ahead, and yeah, he lapped the entire field last time out, so it's going to be an uphill task. But Nikolai Polyakov certainly setting his stall out early doors, as the rain has now, I believe,
Completely stopped, yeah.
Completely stopped falling, and pretty decent timing for the drivers. They've been pretty lucky, you would say, and 70-minute stint timer, of course, so most of the teams will be looking to run.
Polyakov made a bit of a mistake. Abe looking down the inside. He just has his nose in there, trying to not make any big contact. Nikolai just cutting in front of him before they head into Death Bend. And that was very close. Nikolai making a bit of a mistake, heading through the first corner, heading out of the first corner as well. And that just let Abe Santama throw his nose into the hairpin. But nothing coming out of that, and just losing time to Jeremy Lafield yet again.
Yeah, Lafield quietly doing his job in the background, while all others are battling. He is keeping it quick, clean and consistent, and he is certainly going to present these podium chasers a problem in a lap or two if they keep making these little mistakes and keep getting involved in these battles, which we love, but maybe not going to do them the good, maybe not going to do them the best strategy-wise come the end of the race. Sammy Kahl still applying pressure to Berka. We saw Berka folded the pressure a bit earlier, ran wide. He is holding off Kahl at the moment. There's been a few laps these two have been within a second of one another. Lindblad as well, not too far back, doing his best to catch up. Couple of mistakes through this corner we've seen from him, but he's certainly found his pace. He's got a bit of space ahead of him, but still not too much that he's out of contention for top 10 positions at the minute. And yeah, Santama and Polly. Oh, is that Sammy Kahl in the background there? In the foreground, sorry?
I think
no, it was the BMW.
Yeah. There's been Iman Bauman also closing the gap to Tudor and the Cheetah, lap by lap. But Iman Bauman started pretty high up. He started all the way up in 8th. He's currently running in 16th, so he's definitely wanting to get a move on, as he's just caught to the back of the Sim Motorsport UK BMW M4 GT3 of Tudor and the Cheetah. We'll see how fast he can get past, as he's only about 2 seconds quicker than Tudor and the Cheetah per lap, so should be a job done for him as he goes to the inside into the final corner, and actually not making a move there, thinking it might be a bit too unsafe. As now through the last back straight, and they head into the first corner. I think Benjamin Baumann will have this move done in a second. An absolutely great move there. 15th place. And he chases down Chico Lindbar for 14th.
Indeed, yeah, nice move by the Raggiola racing car. I did actually see that in the opening. They were involved side by side, made it through several corners with the F1 memes team, but they did get caught up on that initial lap 1 incident on the Cooper Straight. But good drive back. I've jumped on board with Santema. He's still applying pressure. You can see there I was talking about the drivers trying to manage the PSI, the tyres. You can see Polyakov there taking a big swoop over the left hand, much wetter side of the track. And is that a drive-through for track limits?
Oh.
It is. Noja Zabas.
296. And we might see a bit more of those to come as well as this track. If you go wide in some parts, it doesn't really seem like track limits, but the game does give it to you, so we might see a couple, but I don't think many get track limits. This is definitely not one of those cases like Misano or Zolder or something like that, so don't think we should see too many drive-throughs, which will make the racing a bit better, since, you know, it will be more on pace instead of relying on the guy ahead of you to get a penalty. Like we had last time, Abe Santon got a drive-through and a stop-go 30, and I think another drive-through. Then his teammate put it in the wall, so yeah, I don't think it was the greatest of races last time. Definitely not the greatest of showing of what he has in store, because now he's in 4th place, and pretty comfortably in 4th place as well. Jeremy Lafille not able to catch the two to the back of them. He's going about 6/10 slower per lap. And Abe Santama, he was running in P2, he was, but this is still a pretty good showing in P4. I think he wanted to actually finish in the top 5 this race, and well, in the first hour, he's got it so far.
He has, yeah, just watching a few cars coming out of the pits there. Darren Jones coming out for Pseudo Racing. Oh, there's a Ferrari. Just as a bit of a moment there in the background. Mark Jones has just come out the pits as well. His fresh looking Lambo ready for battle. I would guesstimate that he will be on slick tyres. The track at the moment is damp, but that is a lot of cloud that has dissipated, and there is sun. Yep. He's just putting his hat on. He's got the beach chair ready. He will be making an appearance. For how long though? Who knows?
Mark Jones is indeed one of the first people to put on the dry tyres. I have just checked. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much quicker he goes, and I think based off that, the other teams will start to strategize a little bit more. Yeah, you can see it's got no tread on it. Completely semi-slick tyres.
We can see not much spray. Oh, there is a bit of spray coming out the back of the car as well, so definitely still bits of standard water, but he will be able to use the wet parts of the track to cool them down. Obviously not the greatest strategy constantly running your slick tyres through the wet, but if it keeps them at the right PSI until the track's fully dried out, then that is 100% job done. He is going to spend a minimal amount of time on the curves. With those still being wet, you really don't want to accentuate the issue that we've seen with a lot of the drivers having in this opening stint. Those wet curves really catching the drivers out. It does seem like a lot of them got the memo pretty quickly about the right-hand curve at the bottom of Graham Hill Bend. Berka and Carl, two of the cars. Oh, Carl's got it done just as we've jumped on board there. He's got it done. The Porsche runs far too wide into turn number 1. A very easy phenomenon. Indeed, it's such a tricky braking zone with the track camber and undulation. And there is Carl. His position in the race is certainly undulated and up and down and all over the place. A few roundabout swings as well, but he's up to 11th place, and that's Daniel Berka, MGR eSports. 5 hours 5 minutes to go, 55 minutes into the stint, and a lot of these drivers, I mentioned it a few laps ago as well, at me, they will just be praying that the next few laps fly by so they can get this stint completed, get in, get some fresh tyres, and get these little bits of damage repaired, and yeah, crack on for the next half of the race, because it is, by the look of it, going to be a much different track condition for stint number 2 for the race.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe this might shake up the grid quite a lot, because I think there'll be some drivers who 100% excel in the dry conditions rather than the wets. One of those drivers, Abe Santama, I think he's better in the dry. No, better in the wet than he is in the dry. So we might see him get caught up by Jakob Schaber or Jamie Lefille. I think he'll do everything he can in his might to stay ahead, because I don't think he wants to go any further down the fourth. I think he wants to 100% hold this top 5 in this race at least, because I think the next one, being the 12 Hour of Watkins Glen, I think that is absolute hell. I'm not sure about you, because personally,
I love Watkins Glen, one of the greatest tracks ever.
Okay, well,
yep.
I'll shut up then.
With that. No, I do. I have to be honest. I do absolutely adore Watkins Glen, the short version as well. For me, one of the best endurance tracks that is going. But yeah, no, it is one of them. It's very much a. Let's face it. Some people don't like Spa. Some people don't like Barcelona.
Yeah.
I mean, what is wrong with the world? And while we've been flirting online, we've got big news in the pit stops. Polyakov for the F1 memes team coming in. 57-minute stint there. Ryan Leach is on his way out for pit stop UK. He's just taken over Lane Var.
Scott Donaldson and Usaby Phoenix, they're coming together as they just head onto the straight. And well, it looks like they're still going to be fighting as they head into the first couple of right-handers. Scott Donaldson, though, ahead. That was not nice. Definitely not nice. Chiron Nachisa in the pits. I think he's just coming out now. Chico Lindvar also in. Benjamin Baumann is in. And we'll see when Lewis Frontos comes in, because I think he will try and hang it out for as long as possible, though. People like Mark Jones, where is he right now? He's been doing 29.1, and it's only 7/10 slower than Lewis Frontos on that last lap. So, will other drivers finally get the memo and maybe come in as well, like Jakob Schaber, who comes into the pits, and Usaby Phoenix too? He'll have a lot of time to spend to repair his car.
Yeah, well, yeah. Tamir Chalukin has taken over for the F1 memes team, so we'll keep an eye on where they are compared to obviously Jazarboski and Santema when they come into the pits. But again, those three up at the front. Oh, and that is a track limit via. That's Radzioli Racing. Back out the pits in 15th, but a stop-go 30-second penalty for pit lane violations. And that's going to see them tumble down the order. It is a short pit straight at Brands Hatch, but it is, of course, a very short track. So it's not as unforgiving as Spa, surprisingly, but certainly a stop-go 30-second, even with 5 hours to make back the time. That is an uphill battle for a car that's done well to get themselves back up to 15th after their first pit stop, certainly. Lassie Strage for the RSS EAMG team, struggling with that middle sector at the minute, so the track really is drying out. So the driver's still out on these wet tyres. Really are proving to be a bit brave, as we see Cassiaro coming in for the Ursa Majoris racing team. Another Lambo coming in. Phoenix, as you mentioned there, he coming into the pits for a while to get that damage repaired, and that's him only just on the way out. And Tudor and Nachita as well for the Sim Motorsport team. A lot of damage, so Phoenix and his teammates Got a lot to make up there after, yeah, a lot of damage here to get repaired from a unbelievably cruel opening stint for quite a few of the teams out of me.
And there we go. Timur Chulukin setting the fastest lap of the race by about a second ahead of of Lewis Rotters. So now the top drivers, as I say, actually Lewis Rotters comes into the pits, and so does Dominic Alvarez. So I think Timur Chulukin has gone ahead and possibly might do the undercut here, because he had a really great outlap and some great laps so far in this stint. As Paweł Szaszabowski comes into the pits, and Abe Santama now leads the way. But I'm not sure why he is not coming to the pits. He's decided to stay out. Yeah, it's an interesting strategy choice, say the least.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think that is an interesting strategy choice indeed. Staying out at this stage, I definitely do not see the wet tyre being the prime tyre at the moment. As you just surmised there, Chulukin could be looking very good to close in. He certainly closed that gap. Santema there. It's Jakob Osterman that's taken over for the Audi. They're out the pits and into turn number 1. Jazar Boski is leaving the pits. Generally, Lafiel is still in there. Chulukin coming into turn and round the outside. So he's got the undercut done on Jazar Boski then. And it is F1 memes Tamir Chulukin potentially. Oh no, that is second place, because Santema, well, unless Santema pulls some kind of unbelievable in-lap on wet tyres. Tamir Chulukin in F1 memes up to that, up to second place there, out of me.
Exactly, and as I said, that is one hell of an undercut as Abe Santama now finally comes into the pits, and we'll see where he ends up, because I'm not too sure that he's even going to be in the top 4. I think he might actually have to settle for 5th. Not sure.
I think you could be right. I think you could be right, especially because now that I'm looking, I was just waiting to see if he would be out this stint. We now have Ghislaine Moore out on track for the Rolling Goat.
And he is an absolute goat in that team, so yeah. It will definitely be a struggle for Abe Santama or his teammates, Noel Hatche, who will come out.
Not just that, sorry, Johnny Manorma's out as well.
Oh,
that MSRE.
Jesus, they really brought out all the big guns. As Abe Santama.
So, yeah.
He tumbles
some
down.
quick drivers out on track.
Oh, and Abe's still in the pits. He comes out now. Gillian Moore. He's just rounding around the final bend. Abe Santama. He is now let go. I think Gillian is going to be right on his back end. And he also has warmed up his tyres. Abe Santama still not warmed up his tyres. Johnny Manrum sets the quickest lap time of the race, 26.0. And Timur Chulukin, I mean, what a crazy strategy, because he's already put 1.3 seconds between him and Lukjan. And he's actually only 8 seconds away from Jakob Osterman, as Jakob Osterman still having to warm up his tyres. Mattia De Campo also setting the fastest lap time of the race, 25.7. I think everybody who will be coming behind the top 3 will be setting the quickest lap times as the track starts to dry up a bit more.
Massively dry. Yeah. It's currently at green. Yeah, I was actually just about to mention that Matteo De Campo was out on track, and he did a oblige with that fastest lap. Leentvar and Eusebi Phoenix then, a lot of time in the pits getting damage repaired. Eusebi Phoenix out in 17th position. Rock Cops is taking over for Edo Cops in the Fun Sim Racing team. Sabas has stayed out. Tudor Nachita, of course, stayed out. And we've got the Jones pairing of Mark and Dan, both in Lambos as well, just to really keep us on our toes. ERA's Liam de Koch is out in 24th, and it is Daniel Giraldo bringing up the rear at the minute for the C Works car in the Ferrari. So all these drivers jumping behind the wheel. Also Philippe Drezak out for Felipe. No. Too many drivers, not enough names. It's Felipe he's taking over. It is.
Yeah.
In the 404 car, of course. Yeah, so they're back out in 13th position, and also Scott Donaldson out for the pit stop UK Mercedes.
Ivar's field, by the way, or field, sets in the quickest lap time of the race. He's in 15th place.
For Raggiola, yes. That was one of the cars we saw at Cooper Bend, Graham Hill Bend, sorry, on the Cooper Straight. But yeah, definitely another driver very quick down the field. So we saw drivers involved in an incident in lap 1. They've made their way back through the field. We're now seeing other cars that were a bit further down the field after that incident really making their way back through. Jakob Osterman, of course, the driver that took the pole position time, is leading the way. It is Chiluk in the gap there, 8.4 seconds. So are we about to see two different drivers from the same teams about to have themselves a purple lap battle? I'm sure Osterman and Chiluk.
Gillian Moore is setting the quickest lap time of the race, but I think Ives Field again setting the quickest lap time, just as Gillian Moore was about to take that spot. 24.922 for Ives Field. Great lap. And he's lapping 3 seconds quicker than Daniel Berger every single lap. So, yeah, it'll definitely be a close one. Yeah,
Berger has been in the pit. Yep, he's had that damage repaired. Not a bad idea, but yeah, you can see there lurking in the back. Not so much lurking, he is closing that gap hand over fist at the minute in the track. Now set to green. It's going to be optimum very soon indeed. I'm sure the drivers and a lot of the viewers as well will be looking forward to the track drying out. We're going to see some we've not seen full-blooded racing so far. It's certainly been on display in the wet. No fear shown whatsoever by a lot of these drivers in the conditions. Some of them benefiting, some of them getting put firmly in their place, which was elongated pit stops. Tamir Chiluk pitted at just the right time. Phenomenal undercut. Managed to get himself ahead of Prosniska's Forza Italia car, and Abe Santema back out for the VGTR, and another VGTR car there coming into pits. Benjamin sorry, give me, how is it you pronounce Benjamin's surname? Sorry,
Benjamin Koo.
Benjamin Koo, there we go. So yeah, 15th place at the minute. That's going to give Lientvar and Eusebi Phoenix the positions. Manuel Cardinal out for Raggiola Racing, another name I know well, another very quick driver.
And there he goes, Ives Field finally catching up to the back of Daniel Berger, and he might be just making a move quite quickly here as they go side by side down the straight and under the bridge, but Daniel Berger not letting this one go too easily, cutting in front, and Ives Field not able to really make a move there at all. It's Daniel Berger going off onto the grass. I'm not sure what defensive strategy that is, as Ives Field stays behind, and well, he's been catching way too quick anyway, and I think he might make this move into the final corner, if not here, as Daniel Berger tried to go to the inside. They do make contact, a bit of rubbing there, but nothing too bad, and Ives Field up into 13th place.
Yeah, the Porsche lost a lot of traction there through that phase, just on the way into Sheens. Again, I call these the triple right-handers from hell. It's just such a blind braking zone. Every corner you get to, you can see lots of traction there, out of Sheens on the way into Stirling's, and yeah, pops the car up the inside. An opportunity was presented, and not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Ives Field there, getting the move done very quickly and nicely indeed. Julian Moore, as you mentioned, really is flying out there. He is closing in on Santema. Lucian Prosnika, no slouch at all behind the wheel, while we've all been talking about Chiluk and Osterman out on track. Prosnika is putting in the laps, got himself again within a second, and look at how clear those conditions are now. much different to how the race started. We can actually see the car ahead, and we can see the spectators on the side. I hope they had umbrellas.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think you will have an umbrella if you're racing in the UK, so it's fine.
100%. Yeah, if you ever go to a day out in the UK, make sure you're prepared for all 4 seasons, even if it is the middle of July. Certainly, snow is not uncommon.
Well, at least in the north, yeah, but in the south here, I don't think we get much snow. We just kind of only get the rain, so yeah.
Oh yeah, we definitely get a whole lot of everything. A whole lot of everything. Prasnika trying to get a whole lot of Chulukin at the minute. Chulukin got some blue flag cars up ahead of him, so he's going to get a cheeky bit of slipstream down Pilgrim's Drop. Usabi Phoenix looking to make back some positions as well. It is Miguel Astiazarin for the VGTR team that's taken over for Benjamin Koo. 16th position they've come back out in, but certainly Usabi Phoenix looking to put paid to that as quickly as possible. The Porsche out on a fresh set of tyres. Phoenix definitely got his tyres well warmed up at this stage. As the track still sitting at green, 28-degree track temperature, 4 PM, so the drivers really do need the track to get to optimum before, say, 5:30 local time, because after that it will start getting colder again. And yeah, if the track is sitting at green or fast when it starts getting too cold, it might not quite reach optimum, because the temperature will start to plummet. As we can see, that is going to be Astazeri, and his position is going to plummet there as Usabi Phoenix, another one into turn 1. We talked about it at the start. I mean, Graham Hill-Ben certainly at the start claimed quite a few victims, but certainly turn number 1, we spoke about this at the start, how tricky a turn number 1 is. Monza gets a bad rep. That is a really, really, really difficult turn 1, especially if you've got another car on your radar. Nobody wants to go side by side through there and be on that outside, and Stasarian there just running that little bit deep, and Phoenix making the move very quickly and instantly getting a gap, and it just goes to show you the knock-on effect that turn 1 can have on a lap here.
Yeah, and turn 1 is also one of the turns that is really, as you say, really hard to do as well, because you're heading up the hill, you know, your suspension's getting all compressed, and then you're heading down the hill and you start to brake, and you've got no clue where to go. It's Lukjan, by the way, just heading up towards turn 1. He was about 2/10 away from Timur Chulukin heading into the final corner. Now 4/10, and he is going to be hoping that he makes some sort of mistake. He is definitely going to be hoping for some mistake from Chulukin. I think we've seen these two battle in the Spa race, if I'm not incorrect. But yeah, they can definitely hold position for a long time. These drivers, they are super patient. You know, if it was me, or if it was sometimes even Abe, you would absolutely send it. But yeah, these guys knowing what to do in an endurance race, and that is what Lukjan is presenting us here, as he's just going to be trying to do consecutive laps, put some small amount of pressure on the F1 memes car, and just carry on with his race, as there is more than 4 hours to go and anything could happen. We still could have more rain in the closing stages, which would definitely throw off some drivers like it did at the start.
Yeah, that would certainly bring an extra bit of spice to the closing stages. At the minute, the lap times, as we say, they're definitely getting quicker and quicker. There's Osterman retaking the purple lap. At the minute, it is a 1:24.1, so again, you can expect that to drop by a second or two by the time the track actually gets to optimum. And again, just to verify why it is I commentate and don't race, 1 minute 24.7 I think is my fastest time round here in full quality trim with barely enough fuel to make a lap. 1 minute 24.
Oh, 24.
No, 1
sorry.
minute. Oh yeah, 24.8 is like my quick. That was that I consider that to be one of my greatest achievements ever, to set a 124.
Wow.
Brands Hatch. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely nowhere near it. And that was a few updates ago. Oh, and it is going to be side by side proceeding at the bottom of the hill there.
Oh, he's going to try and get the
Great
switchback though, because he went very, very wide, trying to get the better exit as he come through the triple right-handers. And Lukjan really trying to put as much pressure on Timur Chulukin as he can. But Timur Chulukin not giving up at all, and most likely might not even be looking in his rearview mirror, because if I saw Lukjan in my rearview mirror being that close, I think I would have crashed 100%.
Ooh,
but
he's lost the back. Wow, what a save that was by Chulukin.
Yeah.
That might not have looked like much, but let us give credit where credit is due. I'm actually going to jump on board for a quick replay of that one out the last corner. Because of the delay on the stream, I just got to watch that again. And I'm going to get to watch again. For some reason, the replay, you don't get to see the rear
oh,
view
and
mirror.
Lukjan has actually taken the place. Into the hairpin, just about squeezing by. Lukjan is up into P2.
Wow, so yeah, we're seeing a great save and a great overtake. But yeah, that is Prushnika that's up to second place. Great overtake there again. Turn number 1, even the aliens, the slightest misjudgment on the brakes, it opens the door for your opponent to get side by side. And into that turn number 2, it is just absolutely game over. If you've not got the momentum and you've got that outside line, it makes it really difficult to recover, especially before you get to Graham Hill Bend. But Prashnika then sneaking his way back up into second place, in the McLaren and the Lambo look like they're going to continue their battle. Could this play into the hands of Abe Santema? He finds himself 15 seconds down the road. Could these two battling bring him back in? He is going to need to get the finger out, because he does have Jolene Moore, as we can see. Daniel Berka in the pit and out of the race, in fact. And where is the car I'm looking for? The VGTR car that is currently off track. Astizaren.
Yeah, yet again. Unlucky for them, but at least running better than last race. I think they were running mostly in the bottom of the field. Right now in 17th, I think that's a major improvement over the last race. So we can see them picking up a couple more points, as some drivers or some teams having to sign out of this race, like Konstantin Soldatov, who's right now racing in the 24 hours of Spa, I may believe, for 1 million rubles, which for reference is $10,000, which is quite a big amount of money. Definitely. Agreed.
That is definitely a large amount of money. If anyone that's thinking it's not a large amount of money, then I could chuck him a bank to look.
Yeah, just give us the 10,000 then.
Yeah. I could think of quite a few improvements. I could definitely throw that at. Rock Cops looking to improve his position. I'm used to seeing him in the Porsche, actually, but it's a Porsche rear spoiler that he's looking at the minute. Astizaren, the driver ahead, the cameraman deciding to jump someplace else because my mouse is overly sensitive. Good idea, buy a gaming mouse because it'll last a lifetime. Bad idea, they're hypersensitive. But Cops looking very quick there, as I say, he's taking over from Ido, and along clearways and into Clark Curve. Is he going to get this one done? Oh, a bit of net code there, just jumped back ever so slightly. Is that still?
I think it might be the old friends also fighting, Gillian Moore and Johnny Mannum, fighting for 5th place. Johnny Mannum actually able to get back up into 5th place, but yeah, Gillian Moore, that's a lot of damage on the front of his car. I hope that's just visual, but so far it doesn't look too great, especially with his pace as well. I think he might have had some sort of collision with somebody, and that's why Johnny Mannum was able to get the position.
Oh, and that's all in the front right. That's all the front right, so that's completely undone his bumper. His front right aerodynamics are going to be, I mean, yeah, how best to describe a cluster without using that word before 9 o'clock. It's, yeah. These cars, I've said it before, they're held together with sellotape, hopes and dreams.
Oh, Johnny Manum has actually gone off as well. It's going to give the position to Gillian Moore now. Ah, trading positions in the wrongest of ways.
Yeah, let me see if I can grab a replay of that then. So yeah, so the aerodynamics so fickle on these cars. Just it's all tiny little bits of aerodynamics, those carbon fibre splitters on the front. And if you've got damage to one side and not the other, it makes the car even more unstable. It's sometimes better just to go face first, perfectly perpendicular into the wall. A nice even bit of damage so that you've got completely even wear and completely even instability on your way into the corners. If you've only got damage on one side of the car, it really does make a mockery. And it's the same corner. It's going to be the same corner for Johnny Manum.
It is. And he dips his wheels into the grass.
Incredible.
But able to keep it out the wall.
Impressively keeps out of the wall, but exactly, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new hotspot. Graham Hillbent, you have been exonerated. Sheens, take a bow for providing the entertainment and the nerve shredding for the drivers. Not only that, while that's been going on, Eve Field, holder of the fastest lap on more than one occasion, finds himself closing in on Philippe Drzeak as they come along clear ways. There is a clear sight of that Field's Ferrari right behind them, the Raggioli racing car. Oh, and he's been gifted a good look up the inside of turn 1 because Drzeak has run wide on the exit of Clark Curve. Oh, and he's not quite going to be close enough. You can see the slipstream just kicking in towards the end of the start-finish straight as they head down the hill. The cars both bottom out and successfully make it through turn number 1. Not side by side. Oh. Field is looking for this overtake here, Artemy.
I am surprised that he kept it out of his rear end. That was very close, especially with that rear wing camera. Wow. That is especially close. But Field, as he comes through the straight and under the bridge now, will he be trying to make an overtake? Well, I don't think he will. He's a bit too far back in order to be getting up into 12th place, and I think he'll just be hoping that Philip Drzeak makes a mistake, which he did for a little bit. He dipped his wheels into the grass, definitely losing traction there, as now Wise Field, really, I mean, this is speechless in order to even say anything, because it's just crazy. It's just crazy how they just go through, and the gap not extending and not getting smaller either, just on the pinnacle of racing here, as Ives Field will try and go side by side into the first corner, maybe making a move. No, he won't. As Philip Drzeak just keeping it ahead. And, well, we'll see for how long, because Ives Field definitely wanting to make a move as soon as possible.
Indeed, yeah, he's definitely looking the quicker of the two. Very nearly contact once again. I think Field has targeted that start-finish straight as potentially some place to make a move. He is now flashing the lights, looking to unsettle the driver ahead. Drzeak sticking firmly to the task as they head down Pilgrim's Drop once again. Again, it does look like Clearways is where Field has got that targeted. On the exit to Sheen, the Ferrari just does seem to have that little bit more kick. He needs that good entrance there though, and an extra bit of steering input. The Lamborghini obliges by making another little mistake there. Sabas coming in to the pits then from 20th position. As I mentioned, we also saw Berka coming into the pits. They're no longer in the race, and here he comes. This is the corner into Sheen's, rotates the car, and you can just curse of the commentator out of me, because as I say, that's where he's targeting that. Clearly lap after lap he's been side by side and very close into turn number 1, and you can see then again the gap closing. If he got Sheen's correct, this is an entirely different affair going into turn 1, but again the gap sitting at just under 0.2 of a second. The Ferrari in the background really is probing, but as you said there, Artemi Dryzak, he is soaking up that pressure beautifully then in the rear spoiler cap, with Field getting so close through the corner. Great nerve and great poise and precision and patience shown by both the drivers. Oh, just as I say that, he's going to have a look up the inside. The Sheens are going to go side by side. Has Field got this one done? He has indeed. Done and dusted with that battle then. Dryzak does succumb, and it is Yves Field, a Radzioli Racing Artemi, back up to 12th position.
Amazing, amazing stuff. To run that close for so long and to just have that patience to not make any mistakes, he definitely deserves that 12th place. For now, though, we've had Timur Chulukin just trying to close that gap as much as he can. You know, he's been going a 10th quicker here and there compared to Lukjan. Jakob Osterman obviously running away with that lead for now. Johnny Mannerm getting closer to the back of Gillian Moore as well, as Gillian Moore has that huge amount of damage on his car. I think Johnny Mannerm will have no struggle to try and overtake his old friend in a different car though. It's 3/10 as they head towards the first corner. Yeah, I think that front end with possible suspension damage, I don't think it's going to do Gillian Moore any justice for how good of a driver he is and for the position which he's running in, the top 5. The top 5 which gets you into the GT4 might get taken from him by Johnny Mannerm as they head towards the straight, where we see a lot of drivers overtaking, rounding outside, down the inside, wherever they can fit their car, and they put it. Johnny Mannerm, I think, will be waiting until the next couple of corners because he knows Gillian Moore has a ton of damage. He saw that crash and he saw the amount of damage he has. So, Johnny Mannerm, when is he going to strike? I think it might be into Sheen, just like Ice Field tried to do. I think Johnny Mannerm might try and send it here down the inside if Gillian Moore does not cut in front. No, Johnny Mannerm actually will be waiting until the first corner, I think, here.
Yeah, I think Clark Curve is definitely a battleground that we're going to see used over the piece. Certainly for the rest of the race now that we're in the dry, as we've seen so effectively into Druids. The drivers, if they get the side-by-side out with turn number 1, as you can see Mannerm there threatening the move. Moore holds his ground, but he does go wide at the apex, so he is going to leave the door open for the run into Druids. Well held, young man, but the side-by-side into Druids is on.
A lot of rubbing.
Door banging there.
And he's ahead.
But he is indeed. They both survived. And it is again out of Clark Curve. It's the damage is Elaine Moore. We can see closing there, as you mentioned, Field. That's where he was lining this one up into turn number 1. Knows if you can get the side-by-side into Druids, you're more than likely going to get the job done. Both cars having monster oversteer on the way in. Mannerm dealing with it slightly better. Bit of door banging. And wing mirror babies will be born. They were so close there. In fact, they might have even traded wing mirrors and now be carrying each other. And it doesn't get much better for Moore. He's got some cars looking to unlap himself, which is a possibility with the damage. Oh no, it's not. Sorry,
yeah,
it's because I couldn't see. I'm used to seeing De Campo in a livery.
Ah.
That's what it was. I'm used to seeing De Campo in a livery, so I'm not sure why I don't see him in a livery from this one.
He doesn't have one.
Ah, okay. So yeah, so there was a blue flag car in the middle.
And Gillian Moore into the pits.
Yeah, that damage, too much for him. I mean, to put this in perspective, Gillian Moore should be lapping at the same pace as the rest of the field quite easily. He's now 2 seconds a lap slower than what Osterman, Prashnika, Tolukin, Abe Santema, Johnny Mannerm, they're all in those 26s. So yeah, the damage proven a bit much there for Moore. So that's him in the pits after only 19 laps. So a very short stint there, just under half the stint that you would be expecting him to pull, especially considering, yeah, his teammate did 40 laps, and they usually do like to run similar stints, keeps the fuel strategies nice and easy. Emmanuel Cardinal going to try and make it nice and easy, but as you say, with Phoenix in the BMW that he's got ahead of him, the battle for 15th position starting to come to life now that Cardinal and the Raggioli team got the car repaired, making their way back through the field. Moore tumbling down the order there. Cardinal definitely closing in to make that an interesting one up at the front. And Proshnika, now that he's closed up and got ahead of Cholukin, definitely finding time on Cholukin. Can't quite make much of an impression on Osterman's lead at the minute, but the podium positions are all up for grabs. Oh, just as I say that, Cholukin's found 8-10, so Proshnika making his way.
Ooh, Manuel Cardinale just absolutely sending it there. If you saw, definitely
yes,
rubbing
indeed.
doors. Definitely rubbing doors as well there. A lot of people being very brave on the brakes into the hairpin.
But yeah, that's good. Yeah. So what I'll do is I will have a very quick pit stop myself. I'll put that on auto just now. Yeah, give me a couple of minutes, and yeah, I will be straight back. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Well, we saw Cardinale absolutely making a stonker of a move. Door banging, similar to Johnny Manham. Absolutely sending it and flying in. Totally legal as well. Able to just stay ahead. And Usby Phoenix being demoted down into 16th place. Anybody else? Well, Timur Cholukin is going about 8/10 quicker than Lukjan that last lap. I'm not sure what's happened to his car, but Lukjan really struggling with his pace, as Timur Cholukin just going about, well, he's about a second away from him. He was about 8/10 away from him for a little while as they come towards the double right-handers. Timur Cholukin will like this. Will definitely like this. And I think Lukjan might have pushed a bit too hard on the opening laps of his stint, as now he's facing the consequences. And Timur Cholukin probably nursing his ties just a little bit more than the Forza Italia.pl racing car. And will also reap the rewards. They head through the first corner, and this is the one which kind of sets up the whole entire lap, obviously, and also gives you a bit of a confidence boost if you do take it correctly. And the second corner as well, the hairpin, having some weird lines taken through there for all I've seen, but yeah, definitely one that is very, very crucial for the lap. Johnny Manham not able to go much quicker than Mattia De Campo, and not being able to even match the pace of Abe Santama. Abe Santama doing 24.7, about 2/10 slower per lap than Timur Cholukin, and matching Lukjan's pace in second. So Abe not wanting to drop out the top 5, which I don't think he will, with the pace that Mattia De Campo and Johnny Manham have. Especially if these guys start fighting, I don't think there's going to be any chance of them catching Abe Santama too soon, unless he does get a drive-through or a stop-go 30 in the next couple of hours. Timur Cholukin last lap about 2/10 slower than Lukjan, so Lukjan starting to pick up his pace just a little bit, as he noticed maybe his teammates looking on the pit wall how slow they were going, and telling him to push a little bit harder as they are heading towards their final 30 minutes of the stint timer. And Timur Chilikin will have to pit earlier, as he has pitted earlier as well, but he did gain quite a lot of time on Abe and Lukjan as well because of that. Here's Matteo De Campo trying to make a move down the inside of Johnny Manham into the first corner. Not able to do it yet. Oh, a little bit off a moment there as he heads into the hairpin down the inside. It's going to be quite a clean move. Johnny Manham not able to respond too much to that either.
Hello again.
Good evening.
Good evening, good evening. But yeah, if you need to take a pit stop yourself.
Yeah, I'll just make your
chuck
window
you on full screen.
Oh, I'll try and make it full screen. I hope it doesn't do any weird scaling stuff. Let's just test that out. I'll do. Oh, come on. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh no. Ah.
Technology.
What have I done? I've just made everything like... Right, bear with me. There we go. Right. Jesus Christ, I have completely forgotten how to make you big. I'll just drag you up. Screw it. Right. And maybe I can try and put the overlay just over yours. It's whatever. There we go. Right. You will have the grasps of our second commentator while I take a little bit of a break.
Enjoy. Get yourself refueled for the remainder of the race. Good afternoon, folks. Hope you've been enjoying the coverage so far. My name, of course, is Double O Raven. Mr. John Wright, of you recognise in the chat. Edo Corps, Tom Venter's in there as well. Mikhail Rosenthal, Alex Withington, saying hello. Hope you're all enjoying it. It is the VGTR's endurance series, the road to the VCO simgrid finals. It is Osterman for the Whipperman racing team. They got themselves the win in round number 1, and they are leading the way here. Very changeable conditions on track though. It was very wet when the race started, and it is definitely drying out now. The track up to rated fast at the moment, and Chilikin is certainly going fast. He is closed right back in on Prashnika then. So these two are about to continue their battle while Osterman flies away up at the front, another 4/10 quicker on that previous lap, and we'll see. The gap was set about 15 seconds, and it was up to 21. So the driver that took pole position, he was actually the one praying for the rain in the Discord chat I was hearing, and he's come out to a dry track. So potentially disappointed that the track is dried out. The cheetah trying to get a move done on Astazaran. We've seen the Porsche off track a few times, unfortunately, still carrying a bit of damage, and now carrying the cheetah in that slipstream. Darren Jones has had a great stint so far, up 3 positions. Is blue flag just ahead of him. Or is it? Oh, Linda Cock has actually just got the overtake done there. So these two are actually trading positions. It looks like the Lambo's going to go back up the inside into turn number 1. He's certainly got the momentum in the track position. The Porsche later on the brakes takes the apex. Oh, has a bit of a wiggle at the bottom of the hill there, but does manage to keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard. And I believe that's Abe Santema. It is indeed 4th position. Currently trying to blue flag his way past, makes it past number 1. So that battle will stretch back out again. We'll jump back on board with Chilikin again. The F1 Memes team having an absolutely phenomenal race at the minute. And my audio stopped working. Bear with me a second. Just had to completely reinstall. Still got a lot more reinstall to do. Ooh, that's Almost a complete reinstallation of the McLaren into the Armco barriers there. Where's the audio gone? Where has the audio gone? And why is there two of those? Excellent. Right, okay, yeah, I'll see if I can get that fixed at some point. We've got Timur Chulukin, we're still on board, but he's got Prashnika just ahead. This is the battle for the podium. Osterman finding more time on the battling competitors behind now, 22 seconds to the good Nachita. Still lurking on the back of Astazarian. Not quite able to get the move done on the last lap, but he's certainly given Miguel something to think about as they come along clear ways. Another car looking to get it done between turns 1 and 2. It's definitely been a hot spot for the overtaking so far. The drivers definitely making hard work of those entrances into turn 1. As you can see, Astazarian again slightly sluggish out of turn 1. The BMW really closing in. Can't quite position the car to get himself up the inside, although doesn't want to be on the outside of Graham Hill Bend, given the way we've seen cars reacting to the AstroTurf so far. Chulukin still closing in on Prashnika, so maybe just as well to keep an eye on this battle, because they are actually about to catch up to the battle that we were just watching between Astazarian and Nachita. Prashnika and Chulukin battling for the podium positions. As Artemi was saying, it's the top 3 in the championship to get straight into the final in a GT3 car. Not only that, there are prizes. There's a Next Level Racing Formula GT rig. There's also a Next Level Racing wheel stand 2.0, and there is a third place prize as well, which is to be confirmed. Well, details of that will be available before the end of the series. Through Sheens once again, 69 laps into this one. The Audi led the Lambo, led the pair of McLarens. I did say at the start, the McLarens have stood the test of time, along with the Aston Martins. 3 McLarens in the top 6. The Lambos, of course, doing well. They've been a popular choice since the Evo was brought to the sim. Nachita, sorry, I was just watching that gap there between Nachita and Astazarian. It really hasn't changed in the last few laps, so maybe we'll jump back on and keep an eye on that. Bit extra contact with a curb there for Prashnika. He's lost a lot of time there. Well, I say a lot of time. 3 or 4 tenths of a second, because it's brought Chulukin right back under that rear spoiler again. Down at Pilgrim's Drop. Hopefully that's not... doing that on stream. Yeah, Chulukin very much still chasing there. Cardinal and Usebi Phoenix still 15th and 16th. Cardinal finding a good gap, closing in now on Lindvar then for 14th. Another car running well since they got that damage repaired. Ghislaine Moore for the roll and go is back out on track. Damage has been repaired. Currently in 11th position behind Ryan Leach, who's taken over for the Pit Stop UK Lamborghini. They're the car in 10th. Jan Marcel Dietrich is out for Whipperman Racing. The BMW has seen its fair share of action in the opening stint and a half. Currently running in 9th position, or just behind Scott Donaldson, another Pit Stop UK car. Alex Ames for the RSSE AMG team. And Johnny Manorm there in 6th. As we saw, Great save to keep it out of the wall. Mattia de Campo is the driver who got that overtake done. He's up in 5th position. Does look like he's carrying a bit of damage, but if he's lapping at the 1 minute 24.4s with damage on a fast track, then quite frankly he deserves to win the race. We've got Abe Santema still in 4th place, dropping time to Chulukin and Prosnika, who are not dropping time to one another at all. Only half a second separating these two still. They do have one of the blue flag Lamborghinis just ahead of them. I think it is Cardinal. No, it's not Cardinal. Trying to see which car that is, but let's just keep watching Prosnika because he's going to get... Oh. Oh wow, so what's happened there? Right, so let's watch them again down Pilgrim's Drop. So yeah, Chulukin very much closing in as they head down the hill. Through Hawthorne Bend on a Derek Minter straight, not really much of a straight before you get to Westfield. Oh, the Lambo had both cars right out on the curbing as early as possible into the dry stint. And Sheens again, 2 wheels on the grass on the exit, lap after lap after lap. But X rotation there. Didn't quite get the power down, and you can see the difference then. An absolute minute extra adjustment had to be made there on the car. Oh no, there we go. My apologies. I've made an assumption there. It was an assumption too early. It was the exit to the last corner. 2 wheels on the grass, no way to get the power down. And yeah, that has given Prosnika 1.6 gap, but it's also given him a whole lot of traffic ahead. It's Ryan Leach in 10th position. In fact, it was the Lamborghini that I was looking for. So he's about to be lapped by the leader, so that was Jolene Moore that they were going past as well. Apologies there, just sort that out. Yeah, so yeah, Ryan Leach is the car. He's about to be lapped by Prosnika there in 2nd place. There was a lot of cars that they had to make their way through. Leach himself trying to apply the pressure to Dietrich ahead of him. This for top 10 honours. A lot of pit stops being taken, so a lot of strategy still to come into play with the 4 hours and 12 minutes left to go. Making it through, and they have caught up to the cars ahead, and that is Scott Donaldson. So this is a 3-way battle for position, and it's an interesting dynamic that Prosnika finds himself catching up on. 3-way fight for position, and in fact, is that Ames just ahead? No, it's not. Ames is well up the road at the minute, so it's just these 3 battling for 8th place. Oh, the BMW almost losing the back end. Is the Lamborghini going to get the move done into Druids? They're going to go side by side. He's having a look. The other Lamborghini of Prosnika just about trying to follow through there, and it is the Lamborghini of Leach who's on himself a bit of a moment. They all make it down onto Cooper Straight. Yes, they do. Leach there moving over. He realises he's got to let the leaders through, and he lets Chulukin and Prosnika through very quickly there. So Donaldson now only fending off Dietrich. The Whipperman car up to 9th. Leach getting himself a handy bit of slipstream from Chulukin, and he's going to need it to catch back up to this battle. It certainly brought Chulukin and Prosnika that little bit closer as well. As you can see, they're planked firmly in the middle of this battle. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can both navigate their way through as smoothly and easily as each other. As we can see the BMW of Dietrich moving over. Let's Proschnika through. And there you go, quick flash of the lights, just making sure he lets him know that he is indeed there. Oh, a lot of steering correction there again, down at the bottom of the hill, out of turn number 1. That's enough to close him in on the BMW, who I would assume is going to pop himself out the way along this Cooper straight. Oh, just missed his gear there, did she look at? Oh, or did he actually? He got an absolute rocket there, planting and hitting the 3rd gear, extra grip all the way, and it looks like the BMW has made his way through as ahead of him. Proschnika does make his way past Donaldson, so that's Donaldson then. Now finds himself planked right in the middle there. He is there, and that is the F1 Memes car behind him. So Dietrich still ahead of Leach, Donaldson still ahead of them both. He's got 2nd place just ahead of him, 3rd place just behind, and another BMW, not Usabi Phoenix. That is the Cheetah, and 18th just ahead of him, so this goes to show you long races around short tracks end up with lots of blue flag traffic, and we can see this train of 4 cars. 3rd place will go up the inside into turn number 1, you would assume, as you can see Dietrich and Leash both closing in. Oh, and he's closed in a bit quick there, almost takes the back of Donald's car. Oh, looking for an opportunistic overtake into Druids if he can. Round outside for Leach, they're side by side, the drivers battling for the overall podium positions. Both have made their way through. As you can see the BMW there of the Cheetah quickly getting out the way for the first of those 2 cars, but into Surtees still nose to tail. Once again, Donaldson, Dietrich and Leach fighting for 8th place. Overall, we can see their confirmation looking through 1.1 second. He is down on Proschnika as they make their way through this battle. 4 hours and 8 minutes left to go. Donaldson's been out for 58 minutes at the moment. Chalukin's been out for 54, so 4 minutes longer than Proschnika. Of course, we saw him coming in that little bit earlier, and it worked fantastically. Went from 4th to 2nd with the undercut, getting on to the slick tyres nice and early. It worked out well for a few of the drivers. To make sure we reset that as well. Reset everything, all the notifications are all going off. Let's see what Chalukin is doing up at the front. Yep, so no one between these 2 again. 4 hours 7 minutes, that's what I was doing. I was having a look at the pit stop. So yeah, it will be Chalukin who more than likely will be in first out with the 2 of them. Has been out a bit longer, 70-minute stint timer of course. That is the only pit stop rules. You're not going to get through 6 hours without changing tyres and adding at least a splash or 2 of fuel at some point through the proceedings. Jan-Marcel Dietrich still closing in on Leach and Donaldson ahead. And in fact, Leach in the Lambo. Can we see the rear view mirror there? A bit of a delay on the screen. There we go. Yeah, we can see that absolutely fine. So we'll see just how close these drivers are getting there. Donaldson, oh, a bit slow on the exit. Dietrich very quick on the exit. Jelaine Moore's going to be closing up in the background as well, and that is Donaldson giving up that position there. 2 wheels on the grass. Oh, and round the outside, there's been a little bit of a touch there. They both managed to keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard, and Dietrich hangs on to 10th. Leach hangs on to 8th place. Sorry, Donaldson hanging on to 9th, and Leach taking 8th there as they head into turn number 1. So the pit stop UK Lamborghini getting a good move done there. Almost contact between the 2 German manufacturers behind them, and that is of course Tudor and Cheetah that's in 18th place, so he's just blue flagged out of the way. He won't be too keen to get himself involved in the battle ahead if he doesn't need to. Especially as it's not for position. Still keeping an eye on Donaldson though. It's now Dietrich looking to make a move on him. He was in 8th less than half a lap ago. Dietrich in the BMW has already signalled his intent to try and get this move done so much later on the brakes. Very close on the exit of Westfield. That is very brave indeed. He's going to go up the inside. Is he going to manage to hold this? Really throwing the car across the curbs here. Phenomenal job to hold on to that one. He has held on to that really well. Jan Marcel Dietrich there. For some reason there is a bit of a glitch with the rear view mirrors in the replay, so that is just a bit of a ghosting effect there. But yeah, into Hawthorne Pen and along Derek Minter Straight, you can see just how close he gets to the front of that car. Goes for a big send into Westfield. The door was left open, throws it through. And really relying on the curbs here to straighten the car up and keeping him going in the direction that he needed it to go. Well, that is a nice move done there by Jan Marcel Dietrich, up to 8th position then. He and Leach likely to re-engage their battle pretty soon. Tamir Chalukin and Luchan Proshnika are definitely about to reignite their battle. Seconds out of round 17 between these two. They are going to be coming to the end of the stints pretty soon. Chalukin just getting to the hour mark now. So is he going to go for another undercar? Is he going to try and stay out as long as possible? He's going to have to come in at least 4 or 5 minutes earlier, so that's a good 2 or 3 laps sooner than Pushnika because of the 70-minute stint timer. Will he come in a bit earlier, try and get an undercut, as I say, once again? Oh, really having to wrestle that McLaren then. Again, very brave driving through this car, through the track. We're down to 27-degree track temperature, but it has reached optimum by the time we've reached 5 PM local time. Oh, UCB Physics and Rock Cops having themselves a bit of a battle as well. So UCB behind. Let's just have a look. I think. Oh no, so Cops was ahead. Oh, there was a car coming into the pits as well. That's Johnny Manurm in 6th, making his way past as well. So that is what popped up on the stream there, unless Manurm ran himself a bit deep, but nope, all good. So yeah, Chalukin, there we go, Prostika. All playing in the hands of Jakob Osterman. He's dealing with the traffic very well indeed. 1 minute 24.0 on his previous lap. He's got the fastest lap at a minute, down to the 123.8. And I'd imagine that is going to get quicker. Now that we're seeing that optimum track, he's just done a 23.985. So less than 2/10 off his own fastest lap there. 24.7 for Prashnika and Chalukin. So they're lapping exactly at the same times at the moment. Rock Cops coming into the pits. Oh, 40 laps, right, okay. So that's a 56-minute stint there. Hands back over to Ido. So Ido coming back out for that one. Chalukin and Prosnika again coming up to traffic ahead. Out with Graham Hill Bend. Just trying to figure out who that is ahead, but they're right on top of one another on the map. In fact, oh, it's Lindvar. I really need to get the livery pack downloaded, but yeah, that's Lindvar then in 14th that they're coming up behind. Oh, the Lamborghini almost losing it. That's a lot of momentum lost, and he's going to be slowed right down. Chalukin is going to be right under his rear spoiler. Is he going to go for a move like we saw earlier? Oh, and there's Lindvar running off the track, so that's them both past there. Both keeping it running. That was very nearly An off-track Lamborghini there, coming to the end of the stint as well. Not what you need to be doing to the tyres, especially with it. Although the track temperature again only down 1 degree as it reached optimum, so it won't be too much scrubbing. Lietvaart coming straight into the pits. Lietvaart. Let's see, stint time. An hour and 1 minute, 43 laps. So yeah, longer stint. Certainly a longer stint that time around. Obviously the drying track conditions, I'd imagine, encouraging the drivers to stay out just that bit longer. It was becoming very changeable, and it's definitely going to be changeable up on the podium the way these two are going side by side down Pilgrim's Drop. Once again, can he get it done on the exit to Westfield Bend? Really not easy to get the overtakes done through here. We did see Dietrich get one done, but certainly not advisable. Definitely, you're looking at Pilgrim's Rise as a good place to get it done. Pilgrim's Drop, clear ways, and of course the Brabham Straight as well. Out with Sheens, the Lamborghini gathering it up nicely after what looked like a bit of a moment. The McLaren still applying pressure. Santema closing in 2 seconds as well over this stint. That was over 15 seconds of a gap he had. So not only Prasnika and Cholukin losing time to Osterman in the lead, also losing a bit of time to Santema there in the background. De Campo as well, putting in some very, very, very quick laps. 1 minute 24.0, 8/10 quicker than Prasnika on that last lap. So he's definitely going to be one to watch in a stint or two. Donaldson comes in for Pit Stop UK. Their Mercedes in. It's Britt Batiste that is out for the Cosmosis eSports McLaren. He is taking the wheel for his stint. Geraldo coming in to the pits as well for the Seaworks car. That's his first stint of the race completed. Looking now, 8/10 of a second still is that gap, so keeping it to within a second. The two of them making minor mistakes here and there for Sneaker. As you can see, they're 33 seconds down on Osterman now, so Osterman really is putting in the laps. That's another quickest lap, 1 minute 23.7, over a second quicker than the battling pair on screen. So the battle here really playing into the hands of multiple drivers at the minute, and neither of them are on screen. Osterman, Santema and De Campo all massively benefiting from the battle that these two are in. Edo Corps freshly out the pits, fresh set of tyres, and fresh to resume his battle with Asti Azarin, the Mexican driver for VGTR. Being chased down once again. The Porsche certainly been in the wars over the race, and about to be tested once again. Going to have to jump back on board with these two though, making their way through more blue flag traffic up the inside, and in fact that is Via Brie, who is just out of the pits in the Ferrari for the Seaworks car. Currently running at the back of the grid. Rudenberg is out as well. His first stint for the ERA eSports team. Ido still pressing for this overtake. Oh, they make their way past the blue flag car. That's Tom Venters out for Pseudo Racing. He was in the chat as well. I'm sure he's racing for racing in quite a few competitions at the minute. Most of these drivers are, to be fair. Cops getting that move done on Asti Azarian then, and Raggioli Racing. Cardinal looks like he's about to put another lap up on the car as well. Let's keep another look at Cholukin up at the front. Third place, still within a second. There's Leach coming in to the pits for Pit Stop UK's second car, or first car, but there's the second car to come in for Pit Stop number 2. Leach pulls the car to a halt. Cholukin still chasing Prasnika. Astazarian dropping a lot of time to Cops now that Cops has passed a good pace there. Can he close in on the Cheetah, who's going to be coming at the pits pretty soon himself? Tamir Chulukin is going to have to come in the pits very soon. He's got less than 3 minutes, sorry. 2 minutes 30 seconds before his stint timer is reached and breached. Obviously, doesn't want to get himself an extra trip into the pits. So we'll need to come in to obey that stint timer. Is it going to be on this lap, or is he going to wait? Given the lap times that they're showing, he can easily get another one after this. Could be looking at a big undercut though. And avoids the pit entrance. So staying out as long as possible. That's his stint at 1 hour 8 minutes. So he is going to have to come into the pits at the end of this lap. Osterman and Prashnika on identical pit strategies at the moment. Abe Sam Tema on the same time as well. Mattia De Campo is going to be coming into the pits pretty soon. So is Johnny Manurm. Jolene Moore had to take an extra pit stop for damage, so does still have 40 minutes of a stint left. So we'll obviously be looking to make a massive impression with some quick laps on the gap that he's got to overturn ahead. That unfortunate extra pit stop. Hey, is that our favourite Scotsman? Tell the truth, I'm the only Scotsman, you know. Flawed Genius here. How we doing, Sean? Welcome in, Flying Flapper. I know that from your Google Drive name. Not that I've got Google Drive anymore after I had to completely wipe and reinstall my PC. Did I mention that yet? No? I did. Apologies. It still hurts me deep in the soul. Eve Field had a great stint setting fastest laps when they came out of the pits for Raggio Racing in for another pit stop for the team. 1 hour 9 minutes and 38 seconds into the stint, so really running as full a stint as possible. So too Chulukin, 1 hour 9 minutes and 24 seconds, so 36 seconds to spare. Chris Zugar taking over for Raggioli Racing. Oh, it's a new name to me for Raggioli. They do have a lot of drivers in that team. Osterman and Prashnika then. Prashnika now with a rear view mirror. Hurrah! Santema for VGTR retakes that podium position. Matteo De Campo, another driver, going to be coming in 1 hour and 6 minutes, going to be coming in soon. Chulukin's car getting the full service. Johnny Manurm won't be far behind. Indeed, in comes the MSR eSports car. So Osterman still leading the way, setting more fastest laps. We're now down to 1 minute 23.6, and on that last lap he did a 1 minute 23.8. Just pretty much exactly 2/10 slower than his own fastest lap. We've got Alex Ames coming in for RSS EAMG's car. Another pit stop there. Johnny Manurm still stationary. Nikolai Polyakov comes out for the F1 memes team. Back out in 5th. How much will the undercut benefit them on this one? Prashnika can still do another lap. And in fact, can do another lap again. So still got 2 laps there. De Campo got 1 more lap before he needs to come in. Luca Filippi out for the pit stop UK car. A very different looking track to when Filippi brought the car into the pits, that is for sure. We're now running at optimum. Really brave on that. It's Lace Strage coming out for RSS EAMG again. Another driver is going to notice a massive difference in the track conditions from their first stint out here. 2 hours 9 minutes in, and we've seen a full scale of British weather, which has been most entertaining for us, but it's definitely kept the drivers, pit strategists on their toes. It's maybe a good thing that they can now remotely have their teammates fix their pit stop strategies for them, because yeah, it was a handful of a first stint for most of the drivers. Elo Cop's giving the Cheetah a bit of a handful, and the Cheetah's going to be coming into the pits soon as well. You're correct. It doesn't change the fact, yeah, just because I'm the only Scotsman doesn't mean I can't be your favourite Scotsman. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Phenomenal. Cops, as I say, the cheetah is pulling over. I think he's about to come into the pits now. Indeed he is. So there's Cops back up that position. Jolene Moore out in a fresh car. De Campo into the pits. Santema stays there. Polyakov is going to retake that position from De Campo, but good stint from the Lambo. Jolene Moore up against Jan Marcel Dietrich. We know Dietrich can make an overtake, but we also know that Jolene Moore is in a team called the Rolling Goat for a very good reason. They are absolute goats behind the wheel of any car in ACC, really. And yeah, despite coming in for an extra pit stop to repair damage, currently running in 7th position all over the back of Dietrich Osterman, the race leader, coming in to the pits. Could stay out for another lap. Proshnika is going to have to come in on this lap. That's an hour and 9 minutes. So full stint there. Osterman coming in at 1 hour 8:44. Oh, so it would have been so close. If he could have guaranteed it would have beat his fastest lap, he would have come in at 1 hour 9 minutes and 59 seconds of his stint. 57 seconds. Sorry, I'm exaggerating. I mean, he would have had three seconds to spare. Bags of time. Louis Rotter's back out. He took the first stint, of course. Back out to take another stint. There is Santema going to temporarily have his nose just in front, and Rotters will retake the lead. Of course, Santema about to come into the pits. Proshnika is in, as we saw. So too is Philip Drzek in the pits as well. We have Ethan Watson out for Sim Motorsport. Tom Venters is out, as we mentioned. Raymond Camps is out for the Tash team. I really do genuinely hope they've all got monstrously magnificent moustaches. Sen Rundberg is out for the ERA eSports team. And it is Alex Viabrie who is back out for the C-Wars team. So another driver swap there. Yeah, they've got a couple of driver swaps so far. Lopez, Geraldo and Viabrie, and I'm sure Viabrie was out. Oh no, it was Viabrie was in qualifying. Lopez had to come in at the end of lap number 1. So that's Viabrie. Polyakov. Oh, and there's Santema indeed coming into the pits as suspected. So Polyakov and Jarzabowski, these two continue in their battle from stint number 1. Quite a race has been for the F1 memes team. Got themselves up to second, ended up back down to up to third, back down to second, then down to fifth, then back up to second after the pit stop. And they find themselves battling once again for fourth, and I think themselves and Jarzabowski are going to get ahead of Santema. Indeed they are. He's still in the pits. He was 13 seconds down. He made back a bit of time, 13 seconds down. He was when these two came into the pits. Polyakov wasting no time whatsoever. Oh, and in fact it's Felipe who's gone quicker. So the lap time's still falling. Noel Heishe coming out for the VGTR team. Look at Felipe getting involved in the fastest lap battle. He's now dropped that to 1:23.6, 1:23.4. Sorry, he's down to his previous laps of 23.665, and Louis Rotter's quickest laps of 23.647. I did say the lap times were going to continue to tumble. The track temperature now down to 26 degrees. Polyakov. Oh, spice. We're talking the temperature of the track might be down, but there's it's certainly heating up on track as the battle for the podium continues on. 2 hours 15 minutes of racing, and second and third have never been more than a second and a half apart throughout the whole race. It doesn't matter which two cars it is. Second and third have been close, and we can see they still are again. Polyakov in the Lambo, in the McLaren, really hunting down Jarzabowski in that Lamborghini at the moment. He is absolutely getting the drive out of every corner. Baumann and Zriak are beginning to recommence their battle from earlier as well. Baumann we know has got pace. Oh, big look up. Oh, and I don't know if the Lambo lost it there or what. The two of them have made contact. Polyakov is going very slowly indeed there, so he's redressed that position. So that definitely looked like he was accepting culpability there. Did he miss his brake? Turn one, so tricky. Oh, he was a bit late on the brakes there, but he really did manage to get the car round. I'm sure neither car wanted to be that far from the apex. Oh, and he's touched the car on the way into the corner. He went for a look up the inside, clipped to the rear quarter panel. And yeah, you can see there he is waiting until Jarzabowski full flash of the lights to apologise then, and that has put that's Felipe, fastest driver on the track, now finds himself in the middle of the battle for second and third. It does seem quite fitting that he's the car that's now entered into the fray. Zriak coming straight back into the pits. He's only just been in. Yeah, he's only been out for 2 laps here, so he's literally, yeah, shortest stint in history then. A lot of damage on the car again. So clearly, need to come in and get that fixed. Still the battle for the podium positions is what we're going to keep an eye on. Felipe, as I say, fastest driver on track at the minute, in the middle of the battle between Jarzabowski and Polyakov. Noel Hayshie will do well to have caught up there. That gap now down to 11 seconds since second and third had that coming together. Oh, and Ghislaine Moore in the pits. Is that on cue? Okay, so that's 46 minutes, but with his stint for damage, so he maybe didn't. He only just repaired the damage when he came into the pits, because that is effectively one full stint he's done there. But yeah, Ghislaine Moore for the roll and goat. That's him in. I did think he was going to stay out for a full stint, but like I say, he must have just got the damage repaired, not taking any more fuel, because that's only 46 minutes he's done there. But if you include the pre-damage pit stop, that would be just on 70 minutes. 60, yeah, 73, so just over a full stint. Felipe still right in the middle of these two. Astazarian into the pits. Felipe, as you can see, is still right in the middle here. Now he's got the McLaren very close behind. This is a podium battle he's got going on. Rotors is retaking the fastest lap then, 1 minute 23.3. So Felipe no longer got that purple number next to his name. Oh, and that's a big moment there for the McLaren of Polyakov. Again, through the triple right-handers from hell, as I unaffectionately call them. Westfield Bend almost bringing an abrupt end. Oh no, in fact, is that Hawthorne? Oh, bit lively on the way in there. Out on the grass, it wasn't Hawthorne, it was Westfield. Wow, full steering lock there to keep the car going in the right direction. Amazing job to hold that one there by Polyakov. Just needs to close back in again on Felipe, who's still putting in some very quick laps himself, 23.6, so all the cars really are starting to find their feet now that the conditions are dry. De Campo as well, 1 minute 23.3 there in 5th position. Tom Venter's back in the pits now. He is not long out, if memory serves. Indeed, he's only done 15 laps. So again, that is a short stint, to say the least. So potentially some damage or wrong fuel, wrong tyres. And can't get a proper look at the front of the car. Yeah, with no livery, can't tell if there's any damage there. But yes, in the pits. Rotors still very much in the lead. That's one of the Raggioli cars just ahead of him. Jazarbowski's still got Felipe separating him from his closest competitor, Nikolai Polyakov. And VGTR's very own Noel H.A. In 4th position. The gap pre-pits was over 15 seconds. It's now sitting at 11. And Mattia De Campo setting that fastest lap again with a 1 minute 23.2. So another 10th taken off the lap time. And it is going to keep tumbling and tumbling. It'll be in the 22s pretty soon, I would imagine. Some of these guys and gals shed the fuel and lighten the load on the tyres and the suspensions. Oh, Polyakov! Nikolai Polyakov then, another issue. We won't say mistake. Let's see what happens then. Down into Graham Hill Bend and onto the Cooper Straight. Everything looking 5x5, heading to Surtees. A few cars ahead of him. That is Rudenberg. Let's keep an eye on the way into Oh, and the back marker didn't realise there was 3 cars coming through, and he's turned into the McLaren, and Polyakov on a charge for the podium is going to find himself with a serious uphill struggle now as Noel H has closed in, unsurprisingly, even more time. 6 seconds he's managed to take from the deficit. Now that Polyakov. Oh, and we've got car 84, Tom Venters, just out the pits. And he's just RTG'd straight away. So into Stirling. Oh, the car all kinds of unsettled on the exit there. Oh, and he just... Wow. Oh, and he almost collected the F1 memes car. That would have been a double disaster there. Gillian Moore's Ferrari coming through as well. Chris Martin's out on track for the pit stop UK team. Malik Mamad is out for the Rolling Goats. Another driver capable of very, very, very quick times. Already done a 1 minute 23.8. On his last lap was a 1 minute 25, but he was avoiding some action. No H, actually the slowest driver in the top 10 with a 1 minute 24.0. Everyone else into the 23s comfortably now. De Campo still with that fastest lap at 23.2. But it does look like Louis Roters is about to break that lap record again. So it is just getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Hichi getting some slips and just checking. That is Alvarez in 10th. He's back out for his team. And involved in a lot of action early doors. Noah Ackerman out for the Phoenix Sim Sport team. Closing in on Edo Kops, and of course Benjamin Bauman back out for for the Raggioli Racing team. They've got the Lambo back up to 14th after a tricky start, and there's Louis Roters as confirmed, or just confirmed, has gone even quicker. Another 1 minute 23.2. So a quarter of a tenth of a second quicker than Matteo De Campo on that last lap. Incredible stuff. The track is getting a bit cooler. So could still get a bit quicker. Polyakov carrying a bit of damage now. He's going to find himself dropping off the pace 24/7 on that last lap, and it is early into the stint. He's only been out for 11 laps at this point. And it is a 6-hour race, so really not a lot of time to try and make that back with a short stint. Of course, 5 stints of the full 1 hour 10 minutes will give you one short 10-minute stint. But usually what the drivers will, if they are running the full hour and 10 minutes for that last stint, they'll make sure they've got enough fuel to do to the end of the race, and then they'll just do a drive-through or a quick splash and dash for that last 10 minutes. Baumann looking for the overtake. Oh, as we can see, a yellow flag and another yellow flag into turn number 1. That was Via Bria there, just, yeah, double yellow flag. He was just getting himself out of the way, ended up off track, letting those cars through then. Baptiste is the driver being hunted down at the moment by Benjamin Baumann. I'm going to butcher that one for the rest of my stint in the commentary box. That is for absolutely sure as well. But yeah, Baumann is closing in for Raggioli. More Lambo on McLaren battles. We've seen Owen's having a look up the inside out of Westfield. Nicely done. The McLaren just dipping too much wheels on the grass here, kicking up the gravel. Lack of grip. Baumann sails on through, back up to 13th position for Raggioli. Watson trying to close in on Ackerman at the minute. Via Brie, Runeberg, Camps and Astazarian all down laps on the leader. So too Sammy Carl and Watson. De Campo, in fact, the only driver in the top 10, the last driver in the top 10 at the minute on the lead lap. Such is the pace that Louis Roters and the gang are showing up at the front. He's just about to complete another lap. Yeah, for some reason I'm getting random notification noises. I do love it when you have to reset things. Then you know how to turn notifications off. Aha. There we go. Excellent stuff. Oh, we've got some penalties being handed out. Chris Martin then for the Pit Stop UK team. 15-second penalty he has been handed. So yeah, 15 seconds for causing a collision there, so that'll get served obviously at the next pit stop. Felipe back up to 8th for the Pit Stop UK car. He's still being dragged along nicely by second place Jazarbowski. At the minute it's shown almost a bit more pace than Jazarbowski ahead of him, but not quite enough to get the overtake done and fully unlap himself, so he will keep following at the minute. Polyakov trying to close back in, but his laps, he's definitely carrying damage. Lapping at the moment in the 1:25s. Oh, and you can see just the type of instability that he's dealing with there. The back of the car lifting completely sideways on the way through Surtees, and that has brought Hache, sorry. I did think he was going to get this one close. And with the damage that Polyakov is carrying and the instability he's got on the way into corners, I don't think it's going to be long before H gets this done. Such a promising start to the race from the F1 Memes team. This middle stint is going to prove to be troublesome in their charge for a podium. Is that Mamad just getting out of the way there in 9th position then? So the Rolling Goat car just being lapped there. Pit stop still to take with their car again, another one running in the 1:23s. It just goes to show you the pace here. Lapping in the 1:23s and getting lapped by the podium. And that is very busy then into Druzia, and just taking that all in there for a second. Alvarez in 10th position, so he's closing up on this battle as well. He's looking for a position here over the Ferrari. We can see the foreground. He's quickly trying to flash his way past the Porsche in 19th. We're still on board with HA, who is trying to close in still on Polyakov. Polyakov now being hurried along by Mamad. Mamad looking to unlap himself. And he is indeed. So we're just out the pits on the fresh tyres. They're now finding temperature. They're side by side through the trickiest part of the track. Polyakov out wide. Oh, Mamad pulls right onto the inside line just to hold the momentum there. And it's going to be... is that Heiche that's going to have the outside line there into Sheens? Astazarin comes into the pits. Heiche still looking for third place. Then it is Polyakov who's just been unlapped by the rolling goat car. Malik Mamad getting his car back out in front. He's now giving slipstream to both the cars ahead while getting blue flagged. He definitely, the car usually would be fighting for these positions. Oh, and that's a big sideways motion there. Oh, and he's managing to hold on to it well. It is getting very close there indeed. Right, what I'm going to do, I do actually have another league race on today, so I'm going to be leaving very shortly. Yeah, but I can leave this run on autopilot just now. We'll keep an eye on this battle between these two, of course. Now that it's been reignited, now the blue flags are out of the way. But yeah, so we'll leave this running at the moment. Hopefully Artemy gets back. He's just gone off for some D, but he does have the stream running himself. So when I close this, you will still be able to see what's going on. I hope you are enjoying it. It is, of course, round number 2, the VCO Grand Final Qualifier. 6 hours of Brands Hatch, 3 hours and 28 minutes left to go. And yeah, every position still very much in contention. Oh, it's Polyakov. Just as I say that, Polyakov comes into the pits. 17 laps into his stint on a full sunny track. Maybe trying to get their short stint out of the way. Yeah, interesting times. But yeah, like I say, my name has been Double O Raven, Mr. John Wright. I will be back for more of the VGTR coverage of the finals. But I do have another league race that I need to go and cover. So, but yeah, Artemy will be back soon. I will leave this running like this for the moment so you can keep up with the action and the coverage. And remember as well, it's all on Pitwall Live. If you need that extra bit of data, then absolutely jump yourself on there. And that can keep you up to date with everything, including these pit stops. So yeah, have fun and enjoy the rest of the race, and best of luck to all the drivers involved. Hello, there we go. Is that you back at me? Indeed. There we go. Yeah, listen, thank you very much for having me in. It's been a pleasure, and yeah, I look forward to getting involved for some of the next round as well. Indeed, indeed, yes. Cannot wait, cannot wait. Well, look, best of luck with the rest of the broadcast. Best of luck to everyone in the chat and the rest of the teams. But yeah, I'm off for another bit of broadcasting with another league mate. So yeah, have a great rest of your Sunday, and I'll speak to you all very soon. Cheers, bud. Take it easy. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, that is that for our second commentator. Now we'll just be left with me for the rest of the 3 hours. Is Mattia De Campo still closing the gap to Noel Hache? This is Abe Santimus' teammate right here. See how much closer he can get. As it looks like the F1 memes car, I did see something happen to them. They are now running in 7th. Unfortunate times for them. As Mattia De Campo, he's been lapping about 6/10 quicker per lap here, so I think this will be a pretty easy jump for him to get past Noel Hache, though. Noel Hache, great defender. And I think most drivers great defenders, as they have to be. Mattia De Campo. Now heading down the straight, under the bridge, and into the first of the triple right-handers. I'm not sure what he can do here, as he's just trying to put as much pressure on Noel Hache as he can, with weather not seeming to change. It is getting much colder, so times may improve. I don't think we'll see much of that. Mattia De Campo still closing the gap, as they've got a back marker in front of them, as they have to try and navigate it, and I think that might put Noel Hache at a very big disadvantage. Mattia De Campo ahead of him for 3rd place. And I'm not sure how much Noel Hache has in the back in order to get ahead of Mattia De Campo, so he will have to settle for 4th and try and get a scurry on, as Jakob Scheber has been setting some very rapid times, 24.2 compared to Noel Hache's average of a 25.3, 25.5 that last lap. And I mean, I think Noel Hache will be, yeah, I don't think there will be enough time for Jakob Scheber to catch, unless he catches a second per minute, which the lap times here are about 1:22, 1:24, so maybe towards the end of the stint we might see Jakob Scheber close that gap from 26 seconds to around 15. But he will have to be doing consistently great laps. Sammy Cowell getting very close to the back of Ethan Watson for Sim Motorsport UK. We've seen last race the teammates of Sim Motorsport UK praising their teammate for how good of a defender he is, and how much they practice their defense tactics before a race day. So we'll see if that will be put into play yet again, as Ethan Watson will be chased down. And Sammy Cowell has been doing consistently 7/10 a lap quicker per lap compared to Ethan Watson, who's been doing 25.4, quicker than Noah Ackerman, but sadly he's way too far back in order to make a dent in that gap. However, Sammy Cowell might be close enough here. As Ethan Watson's defense definitely working in his favor and in his team's favor, as they are just staying ahead of Sammy Cowell for now, as Sammy Cowell actually makes a big mistake, zipping his wheels into the grass and well, having a bit of a moment, definitely slowing himself down. Start to wonder, where is... No. Did they retire from the race? No, they haven't. 19th place they are right now. Okay. I thought they retired for a second. But no, our second VGTR eSport team still running pretty strong in 19th, and actually 2 laps ahead of Raymond Camps in 20th. So unless something goes super bad, I don't think Benjamin Koo and his team will be moving down to 20th, which is a whole 1 place better than last time. And Sammy Cowell just getting a better exit compared to Ethan Watson, even touching a little bit there. Definitely a slight bit of contact. Not enough to even be felt, but definitely could have been seen. Ethan Watson going very wide, making a mistake, but he's on the inside, just squeezing Sammy Cowell to the outside, and cutting in front of him. That might be a very brave way of doing that. And yeah, Ethan Watson, amazing defense, has to be said. As Brett Batista comes into the pits. Sammy Cowell now wanting to go to the inside. Ethan Watson not letting him. Now he gets the better exit, and I think there's nothing he can do. Being forced wide, and Sammy Cowell will try and take the inside, though Ethan Watson. Ethan Watson just staying ahead. I'm not sure how. Ooh, definitely contact there. Ethan Watson just being touched a little bit, and now Sammy Cowell getting ahead for 17th place. as we do head into the halfway point. I must say these drivers are doing an amazing job to still be going. That's for sure. I would be very tired. Very tired. And if you are enjoying this stream so far, please do give it a like and subscribe. As look at the background, Ethan Watson getting pressured by Nikolai Polakov, who's trying to get ahead because he needs to get a move on. He's lapping much quicker than Lassus Treche. But yeah, it will be great help if you do subscribe, as we are trying to hit 500 by the end of the year, and maybe even more. But as I said before, Jakob Scheber was going to be catching Noel Hatche. Well, I think Noel Hatche got the memo quite quickly, as he has stepped up his pace. He's been doing 24.1 that last lap, only a tenth slower than Mattia De Campo, so very good stuff. And the quickest man on the track right now is actually Mattia De Campo, who is setting 24.0, because Pavel only 24.4, and even Lewis Rotters, our race leader, 24.2, 2/10 slower than Mattia De Campo that last lap alone. So we'll see. Maybe Mattia has something in his back pocket to try and take over this race, or at least pressure Pavel for the race lead. For P2. I'm getting very tired. For P2. As Lassus Treche comes into the pits, and I'm not sure that is a wanted pit stop, because that is a whole 20 minutes ahead of their stint timer. Not sure why they would come into the pits now, but every team has their own strategy. And I'm in Bauman. Ooh, yellow flag. And I think it was the exact same thing that happened a couple of times ago. Yes, actually, I have found the replay button as well. There is Benjamin Bauman. There's Lewis Rotters in front of him as well. And I think he will just dip 2 wheels into the grass. And absolutely... Oh! Skipping over that curb. Yeah, bottoming out on the curb. Not great. Oh, nearly coming together with the BMW of the Whipperman Racing team, the number 2 of Dominic Alvarez. That was very close. Now, as most of the battles stop, I think Alex Ames is actually trying to make a move. If I can go to him, yes. He's trying to make a move on Dominic Alvarez, the Whipperman Racing car. The second one, at least. There's Noel Hatche, yellow flag, and he's off. And that's going to bring Jakob Schaber much closer as Alex Ames still continuing to pressure on Dominic Alvarez. There we go. The pressure got to him. And he's off the track, and that is the battle done. As soon as we see a battle going on, it fiddles away into thin air. As we just wait and see until the next row of pit stops happen again, as I think most people will be coming into their final 15 minutes of the stint timer, unless you are Alex Ames, who has done an extra pit stop, and he's got a whole hour of stint timer left on the clock, which might actually work towards his favor towards the end of this race. We will see. Now, to congratulate some of the drivers who have climbed a lot, it is Mattia De Campo, who has climbed 11 places. He started 14th. Right now he's running in 3rd, and his team will be delighted with that performance. Noah Ackerman, the second highest climber, he started 14th, and his team and himself as well have been able to climb all the way up into they started 24th, now they're 14th. They climbed 10 places. And Joshua Parrott as well for Pit Stop UK, 8 places gain. He started 20th, now he's 12th, only a couple places away from the magical top 8. Biggest losses, Benjamin Baumann and his team lost 5 places. They started in that top 8, and sadly now running 13th, but they do have the pace in order to get back up there, as they're running in a 24.8. Joshua Parrott sadly running in a 25.0, and the people in front of him also not running much quicker either. Also, Nikolai Polyakov is not going much quicker, as I think he's actually got Luca Filippi closing the gap to him. He's doing 2/10 a lap quicker than him. And Nikolai Polyakov sadly only going 3/10 slower than Jakob Schaber in front, who is gaining on Noel Hatche as Noel Hatche tries to escape. And Mattia De Campo absolutely flying away, 24.0. Not the fastest man on the grid though. It is Louis Rotters, 23.9, still in the 23s. So is Malik Mamad actually. He's now the quickest person on the track, doing a 23.927. And we'll see where he is by the end of his stint, as I think his stint is about to end in 17 minutes. Luca Filippi in 4 minutes, so he will have to come in around 2 more laps. Noah Ackerman actually comes into the pits now. And so does Luca Filippi. So there we have it. Our next row of pit stops are about to start. no! Brit Batiste spinning because Edo Cox was out there stranded in the middle of the track. As here is mclaren getting lapped by Ethan Watson. Ooh, getting very close there. They are not fighting for position. As ooh, and there is Lewis Rotters also just trying to squeeze on by mclaren. Evening gets in a bit in the way as Lewis Rotters pushing on, trying to get ahead of Ethan Watson. Have a look at this. Nick DeSantis and Alex Ames fighting for the top 7. And then it's just getting started. Well, now that the race heads more or less towards the end, we can see still fights actually happening on the grid, on the track right now. Mattia De Campo still trying to get into the top 4, though he is now in the top 5 for the GT4 spot. Sammy Cal is also fighting for his dear life with Connor Watson, though sadly right now there is a faster car in front of them that is putting a bit of a gap between them two, so we can continue to look at this battle between Mattia De Campo and Paweł Jojobowski. Paweł Jojobowski having to defend a little bit there, coming into the first triple right-hander, may I say. And Mattia De Campo continuing to battle on and try and get this position back, or just get this position, as also in the background Sammy Cal. I have no clue who to look at as Mattia De Campo making a bit of a mistake. They're coming out of the final corner, though I think he might have gotten a better exit here as he goes to the inside, nearly making a move there, just looking to see if there is a gap opening up. I don't think there is, and look at the sparks fly on the back of that car. Beautiful stuff. Mattia De Campo heading a bit wider into the corner to try and open it up and get a better exit. I don't think that'll be happening anytime soon, as Paweł going a bit weird on the exit there, having to cover it off, cutting off Mattia De Campo as they head now towards the triple right-handers, as it looks like Sammy Cal has made a bit of a mistake. He has lost out some time to Connor Watson, but he still has 15 minutes to go as Paweł Jojobowski goes a bit wide through the first part here. Mattia De Campo is just having to follow him through. These are the two Lamborghinis that are fighting for 4th place, so equal machinery, and looks like equal driving as well, because at the look of things they are keeping the same gap. And Jeremy Lafield have to come into the pits because of his stint timer, and that will give Lasse Strenge the position. Anybody else who has to come into the pits before the end of this race? I don't think there is anybody who has to do that. So this is just the sprint towards the end as Mattia De Campo gets a great run on Paweł, and I'm not sure why Paweł did that, completely closing off the corner when Mattia was right there. So Mattia now gets 4th place, but I'm not sure what will Paweł say to that. But we can have a look at the replay if it works. As there we go, Paweł here, and he just closes the door, it looks like. And sadly we can't look any further back. But it did look like he just tried to shut that door close. Now Mattia is in front, and he's in front by some margin. And still 15 minutes to go. We might still see a glimpse of this battle resuming. Mathieu de Campo making a bit of a mistake coming through the first part there. That is going to give Paweł Żarkowski hope that he can catch up, because all he needs is the small mistakes from Mathieu in order to try and close that gap in the next 11 minutes. Lewis Trotters. What else has to be said about him, as he's lapped the whole field yet again. Whipperman Racing, as they said in the chat once, like, the race is too boring for them. Which it would be for me too. If I was leading the race about an hour ahead of everybody, I don't think I would like it. So, well, Mattia, Lewis Trotters, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely awesome driving. And even further back, sadly, Sammy Kyle losing a humongous amount of time to Connor Watson. He was within half a second of him just about 2 or 3 laps ago. Now running 15.5. I'm not sure what Miguel did there. I think he was just trying to let them go. Because it said that he went into the pits. Then he didn't. As Dominic Alvarez lets in his other car through. He's sadly running in P10 and a whole long way from Jeremy Lafille, who is, I think, might be going for a fastest lap attempt, because he has pitted recently. Does have probably fresher tires. 23.9 that last lap. He just needs to improve it by 6 tenths, apologies, in order to get the fastest lap. Now, if you are somebody like Iversfield, who actually is trying to catch Dominic Alvarez, to be fair, I was about to say that he can just pit and maybe go for a fastest lap. I mean, Jakob Schäber probably won't be catching Pavel. There is enough of a gap to Lasse Strege, where they're nearly lapping him. Jakob Schäber could go into the pits, and knowing them full well, could get the fastest lap of this race to just try and edge them a bit closer, because you never know. At the end of this championship, there might be fights for that 3rd place or for the 5th place that will be probably separated by only a couple of points, which might be determined here. So if I was Jakob Schäber, I might just sneakily come into the pits now, get a fresh pair, you know, not refuel or anything like that, and just send it, because they've come into the pits quite recently at the 50, at the, actually just about 13 minutes ago. So now, Iversfield will not want to do that, what I just suggested. He is closing the gap to Dominic Alvarez. Dominic Alvarez, I'm not sure what's going on with him. I think because he had to let a lot of faster cars through, and because he's been stuck behind some back markers, he has been doing pretty poor pace. 27.3 that last lap. Whereas Ives has been doing a 25.0 that last lap. And a 24.8, that's a whole second up on Dominic. So Ives will want USB Phoenix to get the hell out of his way as quick as possible, because there is Dominic Alvarez right in front of him. As we head into the final 7 minutes of this race. And the top 10 is looking very, very probable for Yves Field right here. Yves Field. What is he gonna be doing here? Look at the amount of send. You can pretty much make it an adjective or make it a verb or anything. The amount of sending this guy is doing, and he's flashing his lights at Dominic, trying to tell him to get out of his way. Though I don't think he'll be able to catch 50 seconds to Jeremy Lafille in the space of 6 minutes. But Yves Field, whew, looking feisty out there, absolutely trying to send it on everybody. I think they started in 11th, so them going to be finishing in 10th would be 1 position gain this whole entire race. I think they've had a pretty horrible start though, if I remember correctly. And there goes Yves Field down the inside, and I think he might just get the job done right here and there. As Dominic Alvarez just doesn't have enough traction on those tires, and there goes Yves Field up into 10th place. The top 10 is what he wanted, it's what he deserves, and he is ahead of Dominic Alvarez, and he'll try and extend that gap as much as he can. Because behind them they've got I'm not clued up who that is, who's trying to get past Dominic Alvarez. That was used to be Phoenix, but also I think it was the number 404 of Simi Carl. And wait, hold on. I think used to be Phoenix and Simi Carl. No, they're 2 laps separated. I was about to say they might be actually fighting for position, but apparently not. Apparently not even that. Well, that is that. Raymond Camps trying to get the place from Leon de Kock. As he has been gaining quite, just quietly, very quietly, about 10th a lap has Raymond Camps been doing. And he's been trying his best. And I think there may be a 15-second penalty being given to car number 121 for dive bombing Pavel. Now, I am not sure if that's the same incident that we've seen, and maybe there is different angles to it. I'll actually have a look right now, because let's have a little look. It goes on the inside. Oh yeah, okay, my bad. I was wrong. You see, that is why we need stewards. Because actually, Mattia De Campo sent it from a mile back. Okay, yeah. This is exactly why we need stewards, and if I was to be a steward and a commentator at the same time, I don't think I'd do a good job. Yeah, so 1-2-1 getting a penalty for dive bombing. Now Raymond Camps has been catching and catching. the final 42 seconds of this race. Lewis Rotters still in the lead as he's just about lapped Nikolai Polakov yet again. I can't say anything. This man is crazy. This team is crazy. They deserve every win to their name. But as they come through the second to last corner, lapping the whole field yet again, and could have lapped Abe twice, but didn't. Lewis Rotters comes across the line to absolutely dominate this race and to continue his lead in this championship. As Nikolai Polakov also finishes in third. That should not be undermined because they started in 9th place and having a horrible race with some back markers taking them out. To finish in third is an absolutely great job for them. They are still, and probably will be actually moving up in the championship if I'm not wrong. As Abe Santama will be one of the final people. He will be the final person, I think, to come across the line. Except if you are the number 111. Benjamin Bauman will be finishing last in this race, but he is 12th. These guys have also shared a great battle towards the end. Sadly, not getting close enough. Raymond Camps, and he will have to settle for 20th. Liam de Kock, though, getting 19th. And Abe Santama. Well, it seems like it might be looking up for VGTR eSports Pro, because we are finishing second in this race. What an astonishing race for VGTR eSports. And, well, what a race indeed. 6 hours of the shortest track has brought us some great spectacles. Well, and Pavel also gets the place ahead of Mattia de Campo. Mattia de Campo actually goes down into 6th behind Jacob Schaber. So, yeah, that is very interesting. Looks like Jacob Schaber was closer than we thought. Anyway, if you did enjoy this race, and if you have been following since the very start, or if you haven't, do drop a like and subscribe to our channel. It is greatly appreciated, and we will be sure to bring you some of the greatest racing you'll ever see next week as well, for the 24 hours of Watkins Glen, and the week after for the 12 hours of Watkins Glen as well, for the VCO qualifiers. But that is all from me. Thank you so much for watching and supporting us, and I hope you have a great next week as well. Adios.